ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
In a Porsche, the ignition switch is on the left. Porsche engineers placed it there years ago to gain a split-second advantage in endurance racing. It remains on the left to this very day. It's one small detail that, together with 10,000 others, create what the Germans call Gestalt, and what those who know call Porsche.
speed.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up.
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir.
Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive.
It is a beautiful day for a drive.
Riggs, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode, or the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right,
All right.
let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight, it's so controlled, it is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far we've gone and how fast we've driven, I thought I was going to be at way less mileage by now.
We'll see how the car does on this next detour. The only American Porsche factory driver, Patrick Long, is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so I come well equipped. The 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
It's a sweet-looking road.
Here they come. Cars are on the move. Cars are on the move.
Hill climber.
All right. Keep my eyes on those guardrails.
You got an amazing view. It's so spectacular with these things.
Woo!
Definitely a few white-knuckle moments here. Sweet.
God, it handles good.
That's like taking a ride on motorcycles. I mean, honestly, that's like coming up a canyon on a bike.
Spider doesn't mess around either, though.
Woo!
Alex.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they're called challenges. They shouldn't be. They should be called adrenaline spikes.
So, how much charge do you have left?
I've gotten some regeneration on the drive.
You have?
I'm at 48%.
You're at 48.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm at 43. So we're on the 405 heading southbound.
Yeah, we've almost made it the whole leg of the run down to the PEC.
Hi, this is Mark Hotchkiss from the Porsche Experience Center. This is a closed course, but these are very powerful cars, so we'll be coaching and guiding them through the modules.
Are they going to put us in a skid pad? Are we going to get to go play in the water? I've got 39%. I hope I can do everything.
Roll camera. Trying to keep that Taycan right on the banking itself.
Oh, yeah.
The brake power is so strong. I love it.
The Taycan holds the world drift record for an electric vehicle with 219 revolutions. Let's see what Alex and Keanu can do out here on our drift circle.
Try not to catch the slide. You need to turn to the left. It's a little bit of understeer. Unwind the wheel, Alex, and slowly build your speed. Stab it hard. Stab that throttle.
Throttle's all the way down, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, it's going off the course.
Not yet, not yet. Don't rule me out yet. Woo!
You're a natural, brother.
It's like wacky racers. Try to do some of that over by the camera for a change. Uh-oh. Sorry, camera. Thank you.
I'm just going to go in a circle. Da, da, da. All right.
Almost. Super close. Do that again.
I'm going full hooligan.
Build that speed. I got it. You're getting the hang of it now.
Keep it in there! Ah, come on, I can get it! I got it! I can feel it!
Try to get that rear end to rotate, Keanu. You got it. Throttle, Keanu, throttle, yeah! Woo! There it is.
I think I'm drifting. Yes!
There it is. Beautiful. Awesome. Off you go.
Can we do that again?
What a fantastic day. Amazing car.
Great experience. Just thank you so much.
Woo! Woo!
Was that a woo-hoo, Alex?
Woo!
So who belongs in Hagerty Drivers Club?
People say we have a one-track mind, but that's not true.
That's right, because we drive on a lot of tracks.
I've always been a bit sketchy. Ooh, nice lines, Chip.
Is it so bad that I want to save money on car stuff and then use that money to buy more car stuff? Hey, cool socks.
Thanks.
I may be a know-it-all, but I don't actually know it all. That's where these know-it-alls come in.
I've been accused of being a car chaser. I can't deny it. Ferrari, pull up the valuation tool.
So if you're into epic driving events,
If you want members-only offers on things like racing school, tires, or cool car socks,
If you're drawn to red-hot talent.
Or if you always take your coffee with cars, then you belong with us. Join the fun. What's up, Wayne?
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it.
instructor in the first car each little group. We kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in love time ago. I know, and you know, that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship.
Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek. How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter.
Some things can't be forgotten. Thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait. Which car should I drive? You go, this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that. Papa's not stopping nothing, so they mind get it. Hate it, but they can't understand. They illiterate. The truth is my.
Het Christa kan best wel eten vlees. Dat is echt fantastisch.
Let's go. Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase. Feel the beat, such a me, courtesy of Wilma G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance. Cause I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class of session. going?
Just a little sightseeing through the forest.
I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy.
What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go.
I love this car.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday of 2022's Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. Those of you who are with us nice and early will be enjoying the Porsche Club of America laps. This is their 5th session of the weekend. And if you go down to the Porsche Club tent in the fan zone, you can enter the raffle for some hot pit and garage tour prizes throughout the day. And for those of you who aren't racing today, rather difficult sometimes to imagine what it's like if you've won the Brickyard 400 or the Indianapolis 500. Well, today you get the opportunity to find out exactly what that looks and feels like. Our Podium selfie is available to you from 11 through till 4 o'clock today. All you have to do is come by the base of the tower, the pagoda. In fact, actually, it looks like we've opened up a wee bit early today. We've already got some people down there. A bit later on, we'll have some trophies down there as well that you can get your pictures taken with. And that is free with your entry ticket. If you're here today and you're a Porsche enthusiast or a classic or collector car enthusiast, the Hagerty Drivers Club is the ultimate membership community for car lovers. This weekend we're giving away a Hagerty Drivers Club membership every hour. That's valued at $70 a year. And among the benefits you receive, 24/7 emergency roadside service designed and tailored to your classic or collector car. All kinds of automotive offers, which include 10% off Coca tyre and 10% off California car cover. Unlimited listing on the Hagerty Marketplace if you are selling. And if you're buying and you want to check out to see if you're paying the right amount, unlimited access to Hagerty Valuation, who take data from more places around the world than anyone else to bring the most accurate valuations of your cars. The Drivers Club from Hagerty, making the experience of driving, owning and loving cars even better. Hagerty Drivers Club in the fan zone. Learn more about how you can become a member and perhaps get a free membership. Now, racing on the track this weekend isn't the only kind of exciting competition we have here at Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. You can find and watch the real and virtual worlds collide. Porsche Carrera Cup North America standout Riley Dickinson will be stepping out of his 53 Kelly Moss Porsche GT3 Cup race car, and he'll be sliding in behind the wheel of one of the Esports challenge sleds at the Esport Arena in the fan zone. He'll be facing off against our inaugural Porsche Esports Challenge USA winner, Randall Haywood, who was crowned yesterday after months of grueling competition. They'll be talking about the differences and similarities in their two disciplines. And after this exciting event, you'll have the opportunity to try your hand at the challenge right there and then. Not just watch, but to participate in the driving of simulated Porsche road and race cars through our specially developed Gran Turismo 7 driving sleds for the rest of the day. Can you beat the champions' times? Give it a go. That's the Esports Zone at the back of the Fan Fest. We'll leave you with some flat six noise out on the circuit, back with racing and more action in a little while here at 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, as we're coming to the end of this Porsche Session 5 for the Porsche Club America, Podium selfies available right now. Started them early today, and we're starting some of our fans early as well. And we've got some Podium hats for the guys to take their pictures with as well. And it looks like we've even got some trophies down there. Oh, we've got some young fans who are going to remember this one. Stand in the footsteps of greatness on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Podium. Indy 500, Brickyard 400. All the greats have been here, and you can have your selfies taken on there all the way through till after 4 o'clock, or around about 4 o'clock today. And don't forget, if you have a collector or vintage car, Hagerty Drivers Club, ultimate membership community for car lovers. This weekend we're giving away a Hagerty Drivers Club membership every hour. That's valued at $70 a year, and it gives you access to unlimited listings on Hagerty Marketplace and Hagerty Valuation. Ask Hagerty, the experts can answer all your automotive questions, plus much, much more. And the joy of being part of a huge community. Visit the Hagerty Drivers Club in the fan zone to learn more about how you can become a member or win the Hagerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving and loving our cars even better. Right, I've got to pop away in a moment because I'm up at the Esports arena at 10 o'clock to join our recently crowned Esports champion Randall Haywood, PCCNA driver Riley Dickinson, as we discuss the intersection of esports and endurance racing. Following the discussion, you'll have a chance to jump in the simulator yourself to try and put down the best lap time. And whilst you're in the fan zone this morning, don't forget that Hagerty Drivers Club as well. So join me up at the Esports arena in round about 15 minutes time. We're not too far away from getting some racing cars on the track either. This Sunday at the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in love. Time ago. I know, and you know, that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something.
All right, and good morning from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, folks. My name's Sean Ceremony, and this is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. What a weekend we have had here for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest, year number 2. And I tell you, just at the end of last year, I thought, man, could this get any better? And boy, it has. This has been just absolutely outrageous. We're in day number 3, in the beginning of day number 3. Of 3 amazing days here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we have had not just some great racing, but amazing stuff going on through the fan zone and everywhere else. What a weekend it's been, as there's a great shot of the front stretch of this 2.43 9-mile, 14-turn road course here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And this is going to be our GT3 Cup race number 2 of the weekend, as our starting grid is sitting down there in pit lane, getting ready to rock and roll here shortly. And look at that beautiful shot of the pagoda. There's Alan Metney in the iFly, number 198. He's had his hand full all weekend long because this is Together Fest.
All right, everybody. Good morning.
And when I say Together Fest, it's not just the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires and USA West that you have so often been used to listening to me talk about over the last couple of seasons, but also we've come together with Porsche North America Carrera Cup, also by visit CaymanIslands.com, as well as our premier class this weekend. So a lot of great racing, and of course club racing for Porsche as well. And the Porsche Pyramid basically in full effect here in North America, from all the way down to just drivers and competitors from track days all the way on up through club racing into Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup. And quite a handful of drivers, Alan Metney being one of them, Kyle Washington being another right there. A handful of them racing in both classes. There's a nice shot right there of Scott Zadanis in the number 99. He's had some ups and downs this weekend. I tell you, Indianapolis Motor Speedway has not always been the best for him in the last 2 years since the inception of this series and coming here to this beautiful, amazing facility, the very iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But you see a lot of people having fun. I mean, where else can you go and just be up on the podium holding the number 1 trophy with your father, son, friends, you know, your wife, girlfriend, kids, all that stuff. And all of that has been options of fun things to do here. And that's just a little bit of it. I mean, that's not even the cherry on top of this weekend. They've got everything from RC racing to all different kinds of vintage Porsches. You name it, it's all been happening here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. And it has been an awful lot of fun. And each year now, 2 years into it, it just seems to be getting better and better. And what an absolute joy and pleasure it has been to be a part of it. And one of the voices of it, of course, John Hindhaugh. We all know, if you follow sports car racing, especially with Porsche and everything else, you all know John Hindhaugh. And he is going to be possibly joining me towards the end of this race. We've been working together, as this is Together Fest, and what a joy that has been. But he's busy doing some e-racing stuff going on, which is also happening here. Handed out $15,000, 15,000 smackaroos yesterday after months of racing. Went to the winner yesterday for the e-racing series here, and right now they have another finale with some competitors from Carrera Cup and that driver as well that won the $15,000, and that is where you will find John Hindhaugh right now down there bringing the action for that series. And there is Sebastian Carrazzo right there, Jimmy DeBray in the 89 as well. That's something that we have seen quite a bit, the two of those drivers starting up in the front row, as we're going to touch off the starting grid here as we prepare to go into our formation laps. But this is our 991s and 992s intertwined. 34 competitors out here in this class.
1 minute to the formation. 1 minute to the formation.
And you hear John Maskey
As
from Race Control.
originally scheduled, 2 formation laps today, 2.
So it'll be 2 formation laps. We're 60 seconds away from doing so. So I'm going to start up here in the front of the grid as we get ready, starting in P1. It'll be the number 27 of Sebastian Carrazzo. And you'll see here in the allied number 27. Right next to him on the outside in P2 is going to be the number 89 of Jimmy DeBray. And row number 2, it's going to be Speedy Dan Clark. He won yesterday. He'll see if we can do it again today in the number 641. He'll be starting in P3. Alan Metney will be right to the outside of him in the 4th position. 5th position is going to be Chris Bolamo. We've seen some ups and downs from Chris this weekend. All in all, finishing back up on the podium again. He is a competitor that you can never count out right to the bitter end. Right next to him, it is Kyle Washington bringing home the bacon yesterday in P6. And Kyle Washington looking to bring home another victory today. Back-to-back is what he's shooting for. P7 is going to be the 36 of Michael Levitis. Robert Tortino and the number 78 in P8, Scott Sedanis, alongside of Laura Eli. Laura Eli, I'll talk about a little bit more, opting to not race in yesterday's race. And I'll tell you more about that here as we get rocking and rolling. P11, David Williams, Frank Vitello. And the next row is going to be the 13th spot of Mark Bowden. Patrick Walmack in the 14th position in the number 20 WeatherTech entry. And then it's going to be Shane Leathers in the 575. William Talley right next to him in the 16th starting spot. Nick Irossi and Sean McCulloch in the P18 starting spot. And John McGinnis here racing for points for the Porsche Sprint Challenge USA West Series, which he won yesterday. That is intertwined with our North American Series here. He was in the 19th starting position alongside of Jeff Ingerhausen. In the 21 starting spot, Alex Sedgwick. Next to him, Stephen Ayers, also racing for USA West in P22 in the number 30. Rob Lorndale, Alex Vogel, they're side by side. Todd Perriott and Dan Sybil. Dan Sybil in the number 17, starting in the 26th spot. Raymond Vidaldi. He'll be right next to Chris Hinault. Chris Hinault is in the 28th position. The 339 of Reinhold Kron in the 29th starting spot. Richard French right along him. Robert Todd, Marco Cioni, and rounding out your last group of competitors in the 33rd spot, it is Philip Martin and the P34 position of Thomas Herb in the 161. We are just getting underway. 2 formation laps is what we are set to do. We're going to put those in the record books, and then we're getting ready to go green flag racing here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So we've got 2 seasons almost completely over and done with. Next weekend, 2 weekends from now, we will be at COTA, which stands for Circuit of the Americas, the F1 track down in Austin, Texas. That will be the next stop and the last and final stops of this amazing series. Only 2 years into it, and the amount of entries and feedback positive that we have gotten has just been absolutely outrageous. And then, of course, 2 years in a row now to be asked to join in Porsche's Together Fest has just been quite an honor to be here racing alongside of Carrera Cup. Very, very exciting stuff. Speaking of exciting stuff, Kelly Moss Road and Race That's a team to be reckoned with right there. As they see them all smiles right now, they've had some great performances in both of the premier classes running here this weekend in Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup. Very, very impressive team they are. As formation lap number 1 is done, we're going to go into one more as we just see them trying to get some heat in the tires, keep the upper body loose as well as they roll down the front stretch. See right there, there's a nice slow shot of turn 1. Lap number 1, turn 1, 2, 3. If we can get through that cleanly, we're going to be looking pretty good. Those who didn't have the opportunity to join us yesterday as we got ready to go into our
everyone to
Cayman class.
Out of 10.
We had some serious rain. It turned into quite a wild race. Then going into caution for the second half of the race and sadly finishing under caution. We're going to touch more on that later on because we do have the main event for the Cayman class right around the corner. We got into our cup racing yesterday. Some of the track was wet, some of it was dry. The majority of the competitors went out on their rain tires. And, boy, they had their hands full making it all the way to the checkered flag on those tires. And they look like they're Bambi on ice out there because those rain tires work so well when the track is wet. But they're so tacky and so soft that the tires go away awfully quick. So you hear now from John Mansky, lights are out.
Everybody start to pair up. Pair up.
And you hear him pairing up. And you're going to hear Race Control chiming in from time to time. We just think it's a nice touch right there for you. And to hear a little bit directly from Race Control as far as what's going on. So there is Carrazzo to the inside, Sebastian Carrazzo to the inside right there in that blue and orange car. Right next to him is going to be Jimmy Ebre. 2 different classes right there, 992 and 991. As they start off intertwined, you see the 641 starting there in the P3 position. That was the winner yesterday, 68 as well. Chris Balamo, Kyle Washington starting up towards the front of the pack. You've got the who's who in GT3 Cup racing here for Sprint Challenge, all right near the front of the pack, standing by on the start, getting ready to go green flag racing. It's a nice tight pack. Carrazzo drifting him a little bit wide right there.
Green flag.
Oh, you see Dan Clark trying to sneak in a little bit. We are 4 wide on the front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. See Mark Kwame diving way to the inside, several rolls back. Not only make that stick almost down to a complete stop, it was like gridlock on the 405 going into turn 1. Getting through 1, 2, 3, and 4 relatively cleanly. They get through 5. They can open it up and stay flat-footed through 6. Jimmy Gibre gets a jump, goes from starting position to P2 into P1. The 68 of Balamo looking very comfortable as well. Dan Clark, he is in P1 now. Dan Clark in the 641. Speedy Dan Clark, very smart behind the wheel. It was amazing the way he managed that car and managed those tires all the way to victory yesterday. It's now Dan Clark going from P3 all the way up into first place. It is Clark, Carrazzo, Ebre in the 89. Now starts to run up.
8. Got 1 car spun.
So we got several cars having some trouble. There is the number 52 right there as well of Robert Todd.
All cars involved have continued from turn 8.
Robert Todd on the podium yesterday, coming not out of retirement, but we see Robert Todd spending more time, it seems as though, working with his race team that he owns and getting the customers and the drivers out on track. But, man, the guy can wheel a race car. Had some trouble right there. Not exactly sure where the trouble came from exactly, but it looked like little to no damage to the car. Sadly, though, with this being Sprint Challenge, it is a sprint, so that happens that early in the race. You're going to have a little bit of trouble here making your way back up. Right now, out in front, Dan Clark, as we call him, Speedy Dan Clark in the 641. Carrazzo, Ebre, Mentney, Balamo, Washington, Tortino, Eli, and Levitis, Womack in the 10th position. Great run so far for Womack right now. Looked like for a quick second there, we thought Mentney was going to dive in, try to make a move Angie Ray not able to do it. There is Laura Eli in the 09. Very smart. She's not accepting points at this race. She's racing for a championship in USA West and currently leading that championship by a very minute mark, just a little bit, by just a couple of points. Yesterday had to make the decision. It was very wet when we went out for the Cayman race. She was watching that and said, you know, a good chance it's going to be the same when we get into Cup race, and opted to pull out of the race yesterday. Very smart. She's not gaining anything by being here except for experience and the opportunity to say, yes, I raced at Indianapolis. It gets much more important next weekend.
8 that involved the 52 and the 575 is on review.
So the 52, we talked about him earlier, and the 575, that's going to be Shane Leathers. That's going to be under review. And back to talking about Laura Eli, she had an opportunity to race yesterday. Opted not to. I think that was very smart. You don't want to wreck the car. What's most important is 2 weeks from now in Austin, Texas, when she's racing to get that championship in at USA West. I see a car going around in the back again in turn number 1. And that is an Ingerhausen in the number 81. Possibly got a little bit of assistance there. Chef Ingerhausen out of Springfield, Illinois, the Goldcrest Motorsports entry.
Drivers left at turn 1.
So we are still green right now, seeing if that car can get moving under its own power. And we now have 31 minutes left to go in this 35 plus 1 lap sprint challenge race.
And car 81 is drivers left at turn 1.
So still on driver's left, turn 1, which is going to be on the outside of turn 1. I would have to think, with a little bit of dew in the grass here, being still relatively early in the morning, if we get around to turn 1 here with our leaders, we may have to go yellow if that car can't get it moved out of its own way. That's going to be a decision made by our amazing team in race control with USAC, United States Auto Club. There's a nice shot right there of the number 10 as well. Frank Vitelio, been with us all season long. Right behind him, it's the Fall Line Racing number 46, hot on his tail, and that is Mark Bowden. Ingerhausen gets underway, and out of the way here is a shot of it. Oh, it looks like he had some assistance there, and I'm being nice about it. Some big-time assistance getting around right there into turn number 1. Ingerhausen's not going to be happy about that. Meanwhile, out front, we've got our top few cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them starting to pull away from the pack a little bit. See back there in the distance just a little, you see Kyle Washington and Balamo as well. They've got to get up to speed, get up there a little bit. The two of them having a great race right now. Out in front in your 991 class.
575 drive-through penalty for the on turn 8. 575 drive-through.
So there is your Shane Leathers in the 575 for the incident in turn 8, getting a drive-through penalty. It's a big penalty in sprint racing. I would have to say there may be something under review for what had just happened going into turn 1 2 laps ago. I don't want to put words in the race control's mouth, but definitely Ingerhausen got some big help there. We'll see exactly what happens there. Maybe nothing at all. Maybe, you can do whatever you want as long as no one sees you. And now we see a nice shot there. There is Laura Eli, first time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, looking very comfortable, having an awful lot of fun. And there is Ingerhausen coming in the number 81 into the pits.
With the 10 and the 99 was under review turn 1.
And there you go. So a 10 and 99, they are going into review as well. And Sebastian Carrazzo in P2. I'd like to get some more information in on that. Brittany Kroll, what you got going on?
Hi guys, I'm down here with Victoria of Kelly Moss Road and Racing. We have Sebastian out here today. He did have a puncture yesterday's race. How is that affecting today?
Well, he wasn't able to finish yesterday, but fortunately he's in a good headspace. We're feeling really confident about where he's going to end today, even though he didn't have a finish yesterday. Wasn't a huge effect on the points, so that really helped.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, and there you have it, solid point. And it's for... So we've got another incident still under review here. And so we're talking about Sebastian Carrazzo. You see him right there in that orange and blue car. Yeah, caught a tire down yesterday. That's nothing. That's not a knock. So 99, that is Scott Zadanis. He's not had a fun weekend. He's now getting a drive-through penalty as well. So, Scott, the Cinderella story, Zdanis, is not going to be a Cinderella story this weekend, as the negatives just keep on piling up on that poor driver. Scott Zdanis is a podium driver, someone that's expected to be up there quite often on the top three, and Indianapolis Motor Speedway has not given him a fair shake here in 2022, so that is an absolute bummer for him. But getting back to Sebastian Carrazzo, and not taking away anything from Yokohama Tires, yesterday Carrazzo, right down to the end of the race, ended up losing a tire. Keep in mind he had the Advan A006 rain tires on for that whole race. Those tires have a tendency, to be very soft, very grippy. So when the track gets dry, that's not what they're meant for. The track got dry pretty quick. He was running up front the majority of that race. His tires went away. Very possible. Maybe he hit something. Maybe he picked something up on the track. Maybe that tire just decided, hey, Sebastian, enough's enough, brother, and I don't want to do this anymore. Either way, ended up losing the tire, cut the tire down, and so it was a sad thing for him right there. Oh, great race with Kyle Washington right there in the 78 as well. Michael Levitas in the mix as well in the 36. So some great racing going on right there. Robert Tortino, he is in the mix as well. Oh, Levitas steps off the track just a little bit. Right behind them, then we see Laura Eli. She's got a great eye on the whole thing here and catching that pack. Laura is digging. She's going forward right now in the middle of a massive pack of vehicles. Looks like there is the 189 as well. Sedgwick been running quite well this weekend. Sedgwick applying some pressure to Michael Levitas. Levitas in the 36. Michael Levitas out of Jessup, Maryland, and TPC Racing's team here. And right now it is Sedgwick to the inside. Not going to make that stick. Laura Eli really gains up some huge ground right there. Here we got a bit of a replay to the inside. Sedgwick on Levitas, puts Levitas to the inside right there. Some great racing, definitely swapping a little bit of paint. You'll see now on driver's right of Sedgwick's car. Next time we get a shot of that, you're going to see a wheel mark on that door. I noticed it just a little earlier, and that's where that came from. Just gives the car a little extra personality, in my opinion, as Rubbin is racing. Not necessarily in sports car racing as much. It's somewhat frowned upon, but you're going to get it. It's going to happen. You put the helmet on, you want to win. You want to move on forward. And that's what some of these guys are really going after. And that's also why you see race control, as my great friend John Hindhoff said, a job that you really don't want to have. An awful lot of pressure. So there you have it. We're now going into caution. So if you are Morgan or John in race control right now, along with the rest of the team, and it is a team, and as you can see in this sprint style racing, it is very aggressive from start to finish. It's the only way to do it. But in return, so looking to pick up the leader next time by with the safety car as we are into caution. This is Alex Vogel in the 143. And there you see Mark Bowden in the fall line entry, number 46. So now we are into a caution. Hopefully it won't be too long. I do believe it's from the 146 of Alex Vogel. Hopefully he can get moving under his own power sooner than later. Either way, it shouldn't take too long. So there you go. He's talking to 641. That's Speedy Dan Clark right there saying, all right, Dan, let's close it down. Let's get down to safety car speed. You've been around long enough. You know what that speed is. We're going to use you to control the field right now and get everyone down to a nice, safe pace. Dan Clark says, I understand. I know the job. I know that task at hand. I can handle that for you. As let's take a moment, folks, and take a look here. Right now in the 991 class, by class in order, not by overall, but Dan Clark in P1 in the 641. Alan Metney, he's in third overall, but second by class in 991. Then we drop down a couple positions until we get down to 6 overall, but third by class. That is Robert Tortino, Michael Levitas, Alex Sedgwick, Laura Eli, Patrick Womack, and William Talley. Those are your leading 911s. And I say leading, they're all going to be bunched up here momentarily and be right back on top of one another, which is going to make it very interesting. We get into our 992 class here at Sebastian Carrazzo. He's leading right now. He is in P2, right behind Dan Clark, P2 overall, first in class. That's the number 27. Then we have Chris Belamo and Kyle Washington. So no surprises right there. Three very, very fast and very talented competitors. Carrazzo, Belamo, and Washington, with Alan Metney being right stuck in the mix in there with a 991. After Kyle Washington being in 5th overall and 3rd by class, we've got a big jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 991s all the way down until we get to David Williams. Several more 992s, and then we get down to Raymond Devaldi and Robert Todd. Robert Todd, going from close to last earlier on after a spin out on lap number 1, has then made his way from almost back of the pack all the way up to, let's see, where are we here? Holy cow, 17th overall right now. So Robert Todd is a man on a mission. We're going to want to keep an eye on him. He's the number 52. We're going to be watching him as time goes on. But Robert Todd starting off with some really bad luck. I don't believe it was anything he did on his own. And then what he has done on his own is go from almost dead last up to 17th right now with a caution out here with 21 minutes, 17 seconds left to go. That's going to help Robert Todd. So there is Vogel right there in the 143, about to get towed off. We're just waiting for these cars to get on by here. We will get him moved and out of the way. There's Shane Leathers in the 575. Shane Leathers earlier on having a drive-through penalty. That doesn't make for a great day either, as Shane Leathers making the best of it. And what do we have going on here? We've been waiting to see exactly what the deal was here. I haven't gotten a lot of information on this, but he's not going to be real happy about that, as we have one of our front runners, Jimmy Gibre, now officially out of the car. We'll see if we can find out what's going on with that exactly. So I've just made a call quick to race control to see exactly if we can get more information on what's going on with him. We noticed that he had kind of dropped out a little bit ago. I didn't know exactly what was happening. Hopefully we can find out exactly what's going on. See what's happening here, because obviously one of our front runners here, he's going to be very upset with that. And what a great team they've had all year long. You know, the MDK Motorsports team, that's Mark Kwame's team he's put together for 2022. Just absolutely awesome what they've done. And those are vehicles that you don't see DNFs. You don't really see too many problems, because the vehicles are set up so well, they run so well, and they've got drivers that are amazing. All right, saying safety car, get away. So lights are out. Safety car is literally said, get away. Get going, get out of there. We're getting ready to go racing one more time. We're down to just inside 19 minutes left to go in this class. And keep in mind, a lot of great racing yet to come. You're going to want to stay tuned here to Porsche Sports Car Togetherfest for the rest of the day here. Not only this cup racing here for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, but we also have Sprint Challenge Cayman racing coming up as well. And later on today, we'll be putting the cherry on top of this 3-day-long Sunday with Carrera Cup racing, brought to you by visitCaymanIslands.com as well. That's going to be later on in the day. So a lot of great stuff still to come here from an awesome, slightly overcast Sunday day here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Green flag flies for Speedy Dan Clark in the 641. Out in front, Sebastian Carrazzo right now. He's looking for some redemption time after having a tire issue yesterday. Some big moves back and forth. I believe that's Sedgwick going up and down the track from the outside to the inside, back to the outside again, trying to make up the most time as he possibly can here. Our leaders get through 1, 2, and 3. Now coming out of 4. Looking back, I'm looking all the way back beyond 4 into 3. It looks like most of the pack has gotten through. Now they get through 5. They stray flat-footed through 6. It almost doesn't exist. All the way down wide open into turn 7 as they snake to the outside. Carrazzo steps to the inside of the 27. Not even enough to show him a wheel. 641 stays in front. Carrazzo stays in P2. The two of them already starting to check out a little bit. Carrazzo with some huge entry speed into that section right there. Hot on Dan Clark's tail right now. We got a car around but out of the way in a somewhat safe zone. And there is the 17 as well. We'll see if we found out exactly what happened. Dan Sybil, he got through that cleanly. But we did have another car spun around there and go in the wrong direction, but off to the inside in a safe area. Dan Clark into 641. He is currently leading right now in the 991 class. Your leader of the 992s is Sebastian Carrazzo right behind him. They are in 2 separate classes, but it does not matter to them. It's all about being the first one to the checkered flag, and that part of it alone is for bragging rights. As we go to the inside with Carrazzo, Dan Clark's going to be smart, says, yeah, I'm going to let him go. He's going to get a wheel up on me. Dan Clark tried to shut the door on him right there. It would not have worked. It would have been a door shut on both of them and possibly off of the pucker weeds. And as right now, Carrazzo out front in his 992. And that number 27. Is he going to pull away from Dan Clark? That's going to be a tough one to say. This is a tight technical course. Yes, we got a long front straightaway at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and a medium-sized backstretch, but the rest of it's very, very tight, very, very technical. The 991s do a great job on these particular style courses. Right behind him, Alan Metney in P3. There is Belamo as well in P4. Right behind Belamo, looking at Tortino, Sedgwick, and Levitas. So now, looking very good now. There's a bit of a gap pulled out right here. Now, this is a faster section. That 992 might pull a little bit more. As we get down, each one of the 3 sectors has a fast area and a slow area. And we're going to talk about it right now. This is kind of the slower area of Sector 3, the last and final sector. Then they come around 14 here, onto the front stretch. This is the fastest section of the track, and they come out of there, down. Oh, look at that move. Wow. Car broke, maybe lost something in the rear end. Sedgwick saw all of a sudden, said, oh my goodness, I'm not sure what's going on right here, but this is going to be bad. We got to get around it. Made some invasive measures. It's Chris Belamo in the number 68. Definitely had some form of a mechanical there, and the pack just spread. So Belamo got out of the way, and it looks like maybe he got into the wall. He's headed right at it, and that'll do it every time. So that's what happened here. You saw Chris Belamo came out of, and I was just talking about every one of these. So it looks like the left front got into the wall right there. Just as I was saying, each one of these sectors has a tight, tricky area, then a very fast area. And every one of them coming out of Sector 3, we've seen problems coming on to 14, coming up on the banking right there. That wasn't necessarily the banking. He just got himself into the wall. Then you go down the fast front stretch, and then we have similar problems going into Turn 1. And then the same thing coming out of 10. So each one of these sectors has some very tricky areas, has some very fast areas, and very tight areas. There is Lord Eli in the 09. Right there, looking very comfortable. And Eli right now is in a 9th overall. She is in, I think, 5th or 6th by class right now as they're coming over the start-finish line. We will get an official result right now. Yet 9th overall. And 6th by class, so she is slowly moving up. Not a big surprise right there, even though this is the first time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Very intelligent, Lord Eli is in the race car and out of it. That's also why we didn't see her on course yesterday, just due to the weather, inclement weather, and opted not to be out here. So a very intelligent group behind that Black Sheep Racing team. As you see right now, there's the 184 in front of her. She's got her eyes set on him. William Talley right behind her in the 24 as well. Behind the 24, it is Walmack in the WeatherTech entry in the number 20. A couple different lines through that section, not everyone taking the same line. William Talley in that fairly new looking livery, very cool stuff. And there is some of our crew from our Black Sheep Racing team. And they have done a great job all year long, not just with Laura's cars, but with everyone involved with this team. But of course, keeping in mind the 09 is battling for a USA West championship in the 991 class. And so here, she's just here kind of to have some fun. Maybe upset some of the other boys that are out here for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires. And of course, William Talley right now, as I say that, puts a move on Laura Eli. Nice pass right there. Very, very clean for the number 24. He's going to be quite happy with that. I see William Talley, I believe, with the family here as well. I haven't had an opportunity to really converse with them. Oh, Kyle Washington with a 132, and the 132, the camera goes on him, and then I just saw some trickery. I'm not going to lie, I'm not in race control, I'm just solely a commentator, but there was some trickery going on right there, coming into, through, and out of 6. As Kyle Washington cutting a bit of the curb there that may or may not have been seen. So right now, it is Kyle Washington putting in a great run. 5.75 spinning in turn 3 we're hearing right now. That's going to be Shane Leathers. Shane Leathers has had not the greatest race for himself today, as he already had a drive-through penalty early on, now spinning in turn 3. So some struggles for him. Right now, good race between Kyle Washington and the 184 of Marco Cerrone and the Mark Motors Racing. And turn 10, cars spun and drivers left. And that is going to be the 117, which is on track. That's Dan Sybil. So there is the Mark Motors right there making the pass on Kyle Washington. Kyle Washington there. Okay, back into a full course yellow right here. And as we got a nice shot of Tortino, Brittany's got some information down below on Tortino. Brittany, what's happening?
Hi, guys. I'm down here with Jimmy of ACI Motorsports. Your driver has been 4th place. There's a little battle going back and forth with Roberto. Do you think we're going to have a podium finish today?
We'll see. We got about 9 minutes left. It's a lot of racing to do. It's full course caution right now, so we can't really do a whole lot. But, anything happens on the racetrack, and, we're hoping for it. I don't know if he's got too many podiums this year, so we're hoping for one to hopefully finish the year strong here in Dakota. So he's doing really well. He's driving well. There's a lot of good drivers out here today, so it is what it is, and we're going to see what we can do.
Thank you, Jimmy.
All right, so get a little information what's going on with Tortino there. As right now, there is Dan Sybil in the number 17 hazards on, sitting there spun. And look at, here is a replay coming in. Dan by himself gets around, no contact. Oh boy. And then we get the 339. He gets in the mix, but luckily never touched one another right there and just kind of spun out there in the grass. So then that is Reinhold Kron. Sadly, Reinhold's been off the track a couple times this weekend, this time to no fault of his own. And so that being said, not the greatest weekend for him. I'm sure he's not going to be overly excited. But all in all, he has certainly had some struggles this weekend. And then continuing on here, we're getting ready to go green flag racing momentarily. But we've had some great stuff happening throughout this race. But definitely we've seen some mistakes happen that, and some of it's racing, some of it just shouldn't be happening. As we're taking a look here at our leaderboard, still up front, it's Carrazzo, Clark, Metney, Sedgwick, Tortino. That's your top 5 right there. All right. So lights out this time by. As we are now 17 minutes, 15 seconds left to go in this session. This is the last and final race for our GT3 Cup class. Here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sprint Challenge. Brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Safety car lights are out. Safety car is going to be pulling in here on turn 13. Carrazzo in the lead at number 27. Speedy Dan Clark behind him, the 641. Alan Metney, Sedgwick, Tortino, Levitas, Cerrone, Washington, Talley, Eli. That's your top 10 right there. As the green flag flies again here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway down the front stretch. You see the big green monster lit right up in green. Here we go. The draft is in full effect. Sedgwick says, I don't need it. I'm stepping out. Metney does the same. Neither one of them are going to be able to capitalize on that. Dan Clark goes wide, gets back into the groove one more time. Out front, Carrazzo, Clark, Metney, Sedgwick. Those top 4 pulling here. Now look at Sedgwick trying to put a big move on Metney. Can he do it? Might have been a little bit of contact there. I love it. Rubbins racing. He drops on back. Metney stays in P3. I fly 198. Stays in the 3rd position. The 641 of Dan Clark, he steps to the outside of Carrazzo. Is that going to be the hot move? Dives back in again, not able to show him the wheel right there. It is freight training like a snake in between 6 and 7. All of them single file through that section right there. We get into a very tight section there. Out of 10, we enter back up on the oval here shortly. This is where we've seen quite a few mistakes throughout the weekend in all the different classes of racing. Right now, Carrazzo and Clark pulling a bit of a lead over Metney. Metney and Sedgwick having a battle of their own. Metney goes very, very wide, almost into the grass. Sedgwick makes the lead. Because of that, Metney might lose another position right there to Tortino, the 78. He moves up a spot. Metney making a mistake on his own on this restart before the lap was completed. Dropped back a position. The 198 trying to fight back on the I-fly. Right now they're going 3 wide into turn 1. Tortino tries to pinch him down a little bit. The 184 moves into that spot. Cerrone, can he do it? He gets himself a 2-for-1. It's a blue light special here for Cerrone as he drops in, gets himself a 2-for-1 going into turn number 1, around 2 and 3, nice and clean. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in this race. As they get cleanly through turn 4, now into 5, 6. The 78 cuts way to the inside, coming out of 6. Meanwhile, Sedgwick, he's got his eyes set on the leaders. There's Cerrone, Metney, Levitas, he's still in the mix. All right, so a lot of action going on here on the track, but there's a lot of action that has to be happening off the track. I need to know about it. Brittany, what's going on down there with the MDK Motorsports team?
Hi, guys. I'm down here with Jimmy G. Bray of MDK Motorsports. Give us a little bit of clarification on what happened out there.
Yeah, we had a really good race. We had the pace in the race, but in the, I don't know, like 20 minutes left, I touched so much an apex, and the car broke the controller. We are racing, something happens, and we are here for get points more, get more points for the championship. Thank you, Jimmy.
Oh, there you have it. What a good attitude the young man has. He understands it's racing. Things happen. If you can build it, you can break it. There's no doubt about it. And as well built and as well maintained as all of these race cars are, things go wrong when you're pushing the limits. And that's a top driver. That's a driver that is seriously pushing the limits of what these race cars can do. And he had a problem. He understands that. So a great way to look at it for a young, talented competitor like Jimmy Ebreg. Meanwhile, there is Levitas in the 24. William Talley having a wonderful race as well. William Talley looking very, very comfortable in that 24 car. He's got his eyes set on Levitas in front of him. More importantly, what I just noticed, how about Todd in the number 52? Robert Todd starting this race off in a pretty decent starting spot. Had some problems go wrong. Don't know exactly what it was or how it happened, but it happened. Put himself almost all the way back to last place. He has now fought himself all the way up into 9th overall. It's second by class behind Carrazzo. Carrazzo leading the 992 class and leading the overall. And DeBaldi in the 042. He has spun. We're going to take another look. This is going into turn 12. Oh, he does the old hip to the hop right over the curb. So he's not going to be happy with that. Did that all on his own. But let's get back to Robert Todd because I'm blown away right now. He's second in class, 9th overall, the last that we looked on the scoreboard. And he is battling for a Yokohama Apex Award. Right now, so very, very impressive stuff. There is Kyle Washington. Bowden right behind him as well. And there's a nice shot of Levitas and Talley having a great battle. Talley to the inside. Both of them playing well with one another. Only a minute and 13 seconds left to go. So you see right now, we're coming down. This is 35 minutes plus 1 lap. It's all going to be about the time when they cross over the start-finish line. I would imagine they're probably going to get a couple to go, and they come over the start-finish line this time. Here's the battle right there. Oh, Levitas stepping out the rear end a little bit, able to hang on to it. Great job right there. Well done by Levitas. Very impressive, Michael. Out in front right now, Sebastian Krause on the 27, Dan Clark in the 641. Both of them in classes of their own, pushing each other. And Carrazzo not stopping, as you saw the Yokohama rubber just laid down coming out of turn 1 right there with only 20 seconds left to go. So he is still pushing right down to the nitty-gritty. There's William Talley in the 24. Still trying to battle with Michael Levitas. Both of them pushing, giving it all they got down to the end. We're coming into this 35 minutes to be over and done with. 3, 2, 1. That's it for the time. Next time by. White flag, white lap, 1 lap left to go. Next time by on our leaders. That's going to be Carrazzo and Clark. There's a good race right there. Bowden trying to step out on Washington in the 132. Not able to make it work. Kyle Washington in that awesome looking car. I love the yellow. I love the blue split right down the middle. It's always easy to tell which one he is. Fall line racing of Bowden, number 46, still applying an awful lot of pressure on Washington. They are battling back a few spots, trying to keep themselves up within the top 10. There's Sebastian Krause on the number 27. He is now building a bit of a lead over second place Dan Clark. 2 different classes. White flag flies for Carrazzo. He's looking for redemption time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Carrazzo looking very, very comfortable. Little less than a lap left to go. It's Carrazzo, Dan Clark, Cedric, Cerrone, Metney, Totino, Levitas, Talley, Todd, and Eli. That's all eyes right now on Sebastian Carrazzo. And you're looking still some great battles. There's a 3-wide battle right now. These guys trying to get themselves back up into the top 10. The 498 right there dives to the inside of Mark Bowden. Can he make that stick? Nick Irasi. Can he make it happen? Does he get in front of Bowden? He doesn't. Bowden fights him off. Washington drops back a spot. Loses 2 spots over the deal. They went 3 wide into 1. Going into 5 through 6. Both of them straighten out through 6. Staying completely flat. Standing on the loud pedal down the backstretch. We're now almost going 3 wide again. The last and final lap. Half a lap left to go. It's Bowden. The 498 right behind him. Kyle Washington with a couple other cars getting in the mix right now. We're all kinds of sideways. Scott Zadanis in the 99. He says, I sure would love to really squeeze a top 10 out of this. He's got his work cut out for him. Less than half a lap left to go in this last and final race for our GT3 class. And the checkered flag flies. Your Kelly Moss team going to be extremely happy for that. That is Sebastian Carrazzo. One more time. Redemption time here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway after having some trouble yesterday. Cutting down a tire after having a great race, coming back out and just running so well. Dan Clark taking home P1 in his 991 car. Very, very impressive stuff. 991 is going to be Dan Clark, Alan Sedgwick, Marco Cerrone. Very impressive stuff there for your top three in the 991s. 992s going to be Sebastian Carrazzo up on top of the box. Behind him, an amazing run for the number 52 of Robert Todd. Robert Todd going for almost dead last, all the way up to 10th overall and second by class. Then we break it down in the third position here. It's going to be Kyle Washington with another podium. That's 4 podiums in a row for Kyle Washington from Utah Motorsports Park. First and second down here to Indianapolis Motor Speedway with a first and a third. Consistency wins championships. And that's exactly what Kyle Washington is going after here this year. So kudos to Aisha Koka, VP of Porsche Marketing, for waving our flag for us again. I want to make sure we touch that off and had the opportunity of getting an opportunity to meet Aisha Koka yesterday as well here in the booth. And it was very exciting to have her part of our race, starting off with our initial green flag earlier today as well. So momentarily, I'm going to make my way down to the podium once we get this cool down wrap done and under control here. All right, so there we are. All the cars now coming underway. As there is your winner for the overall and the 992. And here come our restart from Marissa. Look at this right now, going almost 3 wide before the green flag even flew right there. And now 4 and even 5 wide going into turn number 1. Things got pretty hectic very, very quickly. And then now we see great shot. What a great race we had in between our 991 and 992 winners being Dan Clark and Sebastian Carrazzo. And this is where it all started to switch up here. Carrazzo trying to get to the inside, putting some heavy pressure down on him. And then look right there, Carrazzo gets in front of him. After that, I think Dan Clark kind of said, okay, let's let it be. Let's just let it run. And then that's when things really started to unfold towards the back of the pack with Metney. Now, you see right here, going 3 wide. This was a 2-for-1 right here for the 184, really making it happen. That was an aggressive move, but he made it stick. Marco Cerrone then moves up several positions, and then that's when the checker flag flew for Sebastian Carrazzo, and it was time to redeem himself here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and that is exactly what he did. All right, folks, you see our competitors pulling in here. I am going to be heading down to the podium. Stand by. Don't go anywhere. We've got a podium celebration. It's an opportunity to meet the top 3 in each of our classes. All right, guys, so here we are. That was the last and final Cup race for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires here this weekend at beautiful Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That being said, we got a couple different podiums, and it's time to meet our champions. Starting off in our 992 class. In third place, second podium this weekend, fourth in a row. Put your hands together for the 132 of Kyle Washington. And in second place, in the number 52, what a run he had. From all the way near the back up into second place by position, by class, it's Robert Todd. And up on top of the box, it was redemption time from yesterday, the number 27 of Sebastian Carrazzo. All right, Kyle, second podium here at Indy, fourth in a row from Utah to here, man. You're just a man on a mission. You got to be really proud about you and your efforts.
Yeah, this is good. These guys were way too good today. I couldn't connect with the car and couldn't chase them down. I got too much sleep. I don't know what happened.
I don't know why you're trying to fix what ain't broke, man.
Oh, the team said get a lot of sleep, and I did. It didn't work for me, so I'm going back to late nights.
Yeah. I hear you, man. Well, congratulations, man. You've been having a great run at it. Well done, sir.
Lots of fun. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Right on, Kyle. All right, over here, Robert Todd, what a run you had starting off. I didn't see exactly what happened, but in lap one, you got yourself in an instant, got spun around. You're almost all the way back to dead last. And I'm watching a little at a time every couple laps. I look down, I'm like, man, he's just charging inside the top 10 overall and second by class. Just give me an overall of that experience. That had to have been a wild ride.
This was an amazing ride, amazing drive. I can't say enough. Our team has worked so hard for this weekend with these amazing results, but having to start from the back on both days was definitely a challenge. We came through the back, made up about 10 spots, went through turn 8 and actually got tagged in the rear, spun out into the grass, restarted the car and basically had a mission to accomplish. And we fought ourselves all the way back up to a top 10 and second in class. And this is an amazing ride.
You know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the majority of your efforts are put towards keeping the customers happy, keeping the team going and everything. And then when you do hop in the car, man, it's like riding a bike for you, brother.
Yeah, no, it definitely is one of the most enjoyable things that I can do. PSC puts on a fantastic series. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway is an amazing track to come to. I'd like to thank Informed and Peels and my team, BR Racing. So thank you very much. It was an awesome time.
Right on. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, here we are up on top of the box. Sebastian, come on up, man. Great run yesterday. Nothing of your fault. Ended up cutting the tire down, and it was redemption time today. You guys had a great run earlier on. You and Dan Clark. And you got in front of Dan and then kind of just did your own thing. But I noticed right down with even a lap to go going into turn 1, you were literally, for lack of better terms, laying rubber coming out of turn 1, still pushing it right down to the bitter end, man. You never stopped till the checker flag flew.
Yeah, definitely yesterday's luck wasn't in our favor, but the team did a great job of getting the car fixed, getting everything ready for today. And from the green flag, it was just put my head down and build a gap and get here first.
Right on. Congratulations. You got to have some people to thank.
I have to do a huge thanks to my team. They got everything worked. My parents and all my sponsors, they're the ones supporting me in getting here.
Right on. Congratulations. Always a pleasure. Good job, man.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. How about a round of applause for your top 3 in your 992 class? All right, and next up, this is our Apex Award. It's a very coveted award. It's the driver that goes past the most cars, passes the most competitors on track, no matter where you start or where you finish. It's the Yokohama Apex Award. And today, for this race, for our Cup race, that's going to go to the 184 of Marco Cerroti. Marco, thank you, sir. Well, don't go hang out right here. Sure, you go where you want. Get right up there. Get comfortable. Let's have fun with it. All right. Come right up here. Get right up here. You can't do it? All right. Hey, so, Marco, where did you start in that race? What starting position?
I believe it was 33rd 34, I think. It was pretty far back.
Yeah, that's really far back. And about midway through the race, as I'm calling the race, I'm like, wow, look at him. You forced me to really start paying attention to you, and you're running so well. What was it that was going through your mind? It just made you just keep on charging and charging and charging.
Well, when you start from the back, you really have no pressure, right? Because nobody expects you to make it through the field up to especially to the podium. But I have to thank my crew because my crew chief gave me an amazing car. We had some damage yesterday, and I don't know what he did to it, but it was just on rails today, and it just gave me the confidence, braking, turning, everything. The car was amazing, so this one goes to my team. They really deserve it. It wasn't me.
Right, maybe like in the Days of Thunder movies when he said we put some special tires on there for you, and it just really worked out.
I don't know what tires I had, but they worked. No, the Yokohamas were absolutely fantastic, but I'll take a Days of Thunder victory any day.
Congratulations, man. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks. And now we're going to roll into our awards for our 991 class, starting off in third place. Stay right up here. It says 184, Marco Cerrone. And in the 189 in second place, it's Alex Sedgwick. And keeping Brittany running on the gas here. Up on top of the box one more time, the 641 of Speedy Dan Clark. All right, so this has got to be a good feeling, man. You've got the Apex Award, which is kind of like a hard charging award, and your Podium Award up here, man. Great day for you.
Is there any other awards, like a check or something? That would be great. No, but again, fantastic tire, Yokohama, Porsche Spring Challenge, Randy and the rest of the crew, Philippa, they're all fantastic. They're really helpful. And it was such a pleasure to be out here in Indianapolis, my first time here. This is like a dream come true. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Well done, sir. All right, folks. And moving on over here into second place. Sit over here. Alex, smile on your face, man. Towards the end, things got a little wild out there, man. A lot of you were making some pretty erratic moves, but you had to do that. Racing at that pace, man. You certainly made it exciting. I had a lot of fun watching, Alex.
Yeah. Oh, it was great. We started 21st, I think. So, a lot of fighting through, kind of chewed up my tires a bit. So, unfortunately, the end was just kind of watching Dan and sort of drive away from me, which was unfortunate. But yeah, good fun. First race for the team, first time the car's been out since like 2018 or something. So can't ask for much more than that, really.
You really can't. And the way you drove the car, it was a lot of fun. It made my job easy. And congratulations. Well done, sir.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Right on, guys. All right, and up on top of the box one more time, Dan Clark. It's like deja vu all over again, brother. And sitting here with another first place. Give me your thoughts just overall on the weekend here in Indianapolis.
I feel like we really almost feel like we scraped through a bit. I mean, this year is just a lot harder. We qualified P4, and really thought that's all we had. And luckily, the rain really moved the goalposts for everyone, and we were able to capitalize in race one. And so I was really honestly dreading race two, knowing the pace of Alex and Jimmy and the other 991 guys. So just very lucky to get in front at the start, and Carrazzo was really fast. I knew he was going to pass me at some point. I was just praying that he didn't do it too soon while I could get lucky and maybe have a gap from the other 991s. And it kind of worked out like that. And then the full course yellows just kept coming. And I know Alex was coming through the field. We were expecting that. And I radioed the guys on the last full course yellow, where's Cedric now? And then I said, don't bother telling me, I can already see him. And I knew we had at least 4 laps to go then, so I don't think we can make it any much harder for ourselves. It's the competition there is intense. So, but the Ballard Nichols team, just like the same guys as last year, we got another couple of wins, and I'm a little bit surprised we did, but they've done a solid job. The car ran really well, so thank you to Ballard Nichols and the Reese Nichols car is back on the top of the podium, so I'm relieved and happy.
Right on. And I tell you, folks, when Dan Clark says the competition's so stiff, all he comes up with is, you know, it's pretty stiff competition out there, man. Congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you.
Right on, guys. All right, trophies up, and how about a round of applause for your top 3 in your 991 class? All right, folks. Now we've got our USA West podium coming up here. This is for our 991 class. 3 different competitors starting off in this class. In third place, number 30 of Stephen Ayers. And in our 991 West class, second place in the 00, it's Chris Hanold. And back up on top of the podium, the number 56. One more time for John McGinnis. All right, Stephen. Stephen here with your biggest fan. One more time. What a great weekend it's been for you. 2 podiums in a row.
Yeah, an awesome weekend. This race was kind of short for me. I got hit and got knocked out. The team tried to put the car back together and couldn't do it. But I'm glad to be here. Awesome experience. Thank you.
Congratulations, Stephen. Well done. All right, moving on over here to second place. Chris, big smile on your face. You're always really excited to be up here with me. Well done, sir. Tell me about your Indianapolis experience.
It's been amazing. Yesterday was a little frustrating. My car didn't work, but today made it all worth it. So fantastic.
You must have some people help you get up here on this podium.
I do. I want to thank JT and Patsy Tatum and Sean from Tatum Racing for making it all happen, and my crew, and also my coach Parker Thompson has been phenomenal. So it's been a great experience.
That's quite a coach to have.
It is quite a coach to have. He's an awesome guy, so he knows what he's doing. I can't quite do what he tells me, but I know the right way to do it.
The thought is there. Well done, sir. Congratulations. John, back again, man. It's getting to be like an old habit of ours up here talking like this together. That's great. Hey, that being said, up here are 2 podiums, a couple podiums in Utah as well. You're on a roll. Things are going very well for you. Tell me about just your overall thoughts for this series for this year, because it seems like you're having a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, having a wonderful time. I felt bad for my car. It got banged up a little in that race, but no, it's a wonderful experience, and to get to drive, you know, I got to drive Indy, Laguna, Sonoma, and then off to Coda. It's just, and Road America. What a blast, you know. It's just been, yeah, first time here, and yeah, I want to come back for sure. Yeah, and do more races.
Well, John, we want you back next year, and congratulations on what's becoming a wonderful season for you. Well done, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you to USAC and Porsche and Yokohama and Sean and the boys from Tatum Racing. Yeah, and thank you to my car, you know.
Congratulations, John. Well done, sir. All right, how about a round of applause for your top 3 in the 991 USA West? All right, that'll wrap up our podium presentations for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Cup Series classes. A lot of action yet to come around the corner.
So we've just had the podium celebrations, and you could be up there as well this morning into this afternoon. Opportunity for you to see what the champions see and take home a unique memory of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the 2022 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. Right through till 4 o'clock this afternoon. Take a moment to savour the view your motor racing heroes have cherished down through the years. The Indy 500, the Brickyard 400. Get to the base of the Pagoda Tower and see our staff there, and they will organise that for you Won't be for the next 10 minutes or so because we are still wrapping up those podium celebrations. Now, if you've driven here today, and I suspect most of you have, that means you've got a car. If you've got a car, it means you love driving, and love driving means Hagerty and the Hagerty Drivers Club. It's the ultimate membership community for car lovers, and this weekend we're giving a Hagerty Drivers Club membership away every hour. That's valued at $70 a year, and amongst the benefits you receive, 24/7 emergency roadside service, specifically designed for your classic or collector car, automotive offers, the award-winning Hagerty Drivers Club magazine 6 times a year. Listings on Hagerty Marketplace are free and unlimited to you if you're a member, and you get unlimited access to the Hagerty valuation tools. Also exclusive events and experiences, and all of your automotive questions can be answered from our team of experts at Ask Hagerty. Visit Hagerty Drivers Club in the fan zone to learn more about how you can become a member. Hagerty Drivers Club, making the experience of owning, driving and loving our cars just that bit better. Well, we're just clearing the circuit of our Porsche Club America driving laps. What a beautiful array of cars, and thank you to all of you Porsche owners who've brought you pride and joy this weekend, particularly the Viper Green 2.7 RS, which I have to say has taken the eye of the responsible adult. Don't go too far away from the track. We'll keep you in touch with when we've next got some racing action. But my goodness me, there is plenty for you to do around the grounds. Great cars down in the fan zone and the esports zone as well. More details of that coming up shortly here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest 2022.
Thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait, which car should I drive?
You got this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that.
Ik fris daar kan best wel eentje vlees. Dat is echt fantastisch.
Let's go. Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase.
Feel the beat set to me, courtesy of Imogene. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance. I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class a session.
Let's go.
racing through the forest. I gotcha. Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy. What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go. I love this car.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're getting sorted on the pit lane for our next race action. It will be the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. The Caymans are ready to take their turn for their second race of the weekend. Whilst that goes on, let's head down to the fan zone where Brittany is checking out some of the great activities. Morning, Brittany.
Hi guys, good morning. While you're down in the fan zone, make sure you check out Hagerty's Drivers Club. They are giving away Hagerty's Driver Club membership every hour. That's going to include 24/7 emergency roadside assistance for your classic cars or collector cars. Also invites to exclusive events and more. Also an esports update for you. Randall Haywood was our first ever Porsche Esports Challenger U.S. champion. So if you're out and about, stop by and see all the activities that are going on in the fan zone.
Yes, and you can actually take part in some of the same challenges that our esports competitors did. Randall down from Chicago for this weekend, and very bright young man. And we've got our special Gran Turismo 7 sleds in there. Absolutely fantastic. Laguna Seca, Mazda WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in a GT4 Cayman. That's the challenge that was set up as I came away from there a few moments ago. And we'll have Cayman on the track when we next come back as we go for their second race of the weekend here at the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter. Some things can't be forgotten. Thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait, which car should I drive?
You got this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go.
Please tell me you saw that.
Puppets not stopping nothing, so they mind getting hated what they can't understand. They illiterate. The truth is my.
Du kriegst da kein besseres Hähnchenfleisch. Das ist echt fantastisch.
Let's go.
Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase.
Feel the beat, such a mean courtesy of River G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance. I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class in session.
The little sightseeing through the forest. I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy.
What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go.
I love this car.
All right, folks, hello, and we are back. Another good morning to you. I'm Sean Ceremony. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, but we're switching it up a little bit. We just finished an amazing race with our Cup classes. Now it's time for us to go Cayman racing. As you see them all lined up right there on the starting grid. I'm going to touch off that starting grid here in a little bit. But you see everyone getting ready to go at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tag hero right there. And you see the pagoda. It's the only one like it in the world. As you see a beautiful shot right there of the pagoda and the front stretch. And, of course, all of our Cayman cars down there in pit lane and getting ready to rock and roll here for another green flag in just a few minutes. What a season it has been. And I'd like to call this the Cayman class. I'd almost like to call it like the Young Guns class. Because, man, the amount of talent in this class right here, not just from our inaugural year of 2021, but into this year as well. As you sit there you look at the number 22 right there of Aiden Kelly, the outside of him, Connor Hortzman, the 29 as well. There's the 114 right there of Connor Hortzman. Great shot of him. Aiden Kenny's next to him. Elias De La Torre, the fourth, and the number 29 car. Just some really fast guys. You get the 117 of Sean McAuliffe, Derek Harvey. A lot of these guys, these young guys, are so talented, so good. And I'm not going to say because it's not true. But there's a couple of these drivers that are fierce competitors with one another. They've just got to know each other. They've just met recently in the last few months. And I can tell you right now, for no reason at all other than they're just real fast and want to win, and they're young and they're fired up and they're angry and they just want checkered flags. They want to put trophies up on Dad's mantle. But there is no love lost. I'll tell you that right now. No love lost between a lot of these top competitors here, and I just think that is great. I absolutely love it. As we get ready to go racing here in just a little bit, you'll see our safety car pull out here, and the lights will go off in that safety car, and it'll be time to go. I'm waiting to see here exactly. We'll be listening in on race control as we did earlier with our Cup Series, and see exactly what the decision has made as far as how many laps you're going to do in the beginning before we get ready to go green flag race. This is going to be scheduled for 35 minutes plus one lap. That's exactly what we're going to do. Big difference from yesterday to today. If you tuned in yesterday for our Cayman class, well, I tell you what, you probably be able to put yourself up in the podium if you had a jet ski. Because we had an awful lot of rain coming down very quickly, standing water in some areas of the track. And it made for some pretty exciting racing in the beginning. And then we ended up the second half of that race, ended up finishing under caution, which certainly was upsetting. But up until that, the action was never ending as we had some great stuff going on. We had, while we were out there, we even had a great race going back and forth with the young Crines. There's Roland Crines, the father, and then Austin Crines, the son, as well. Austin had some trouble this year, some car trouble throughout the season. Got that all fixed up, was out here, got himself into the lead about a lap later due to the track being so wet and slick. Off he went, had a pretty heavy-duty get-off into the tire walls. Luckily, safety, as it always is, of the utmost importance here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Porsche Sprint Challenge. Everything did its job. The car did its job. The roll cage did its job. The tire wall did its job, and everything worked out great. And Austin Crines is out racing again today in that very same car, so not a lot of major damage. Now, of course, that's easy for me to say. I'm the one up here talking. I wasn't out there probably working on that car almost all night. But they got it out here and ready to go. Not any time to shake the car down, so hopefully it's going to work out for him. We'll see him in the RS1, number 119 out here in just a little while. But what a great weekend it's been here for the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. We've had so much fun. The second year in a row that this series has happened. I should say this weekend has happened as a Together Fest, and it really, truly is. All that is Porsche in North America comes together here, from club racing all the way up from just regular track stuff, track days, to club racing, into Sprint Challenge, into Carrera Cup as well. And this is the Cayman class on the line right now for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. A little later on today, we'll be going into the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And that is by visitCaymanIslands.com. That'll be happening later on today. So you hear the command coming from Morgan and USAC's Race Control. And I say USAC, the United States Auto Club. And they're firing them up and getting ready to roll them out here as we prepare to take our initial green flag here for race number 2 of the weekend for our Cayman class. And the points battle has been awfully fun here. With the 22 doing very well, but right now Hortzman in the 114 getting there and upsetting some things as well. Elias De La Torre is having a blast. And Sean McAuliffe, he has found himself over the last couple weeks of racing here, really and doing some impressive stuff in the 117. And so that being said, let's talk about our starting grid. Starting up front in P1 to number 114, it's going to be Connor Hortzman.
Safety car, dispatch now, safety car.
So there you go, safety car, dispatch now. We're going to get underway here in second position, row number 1, P2. It's number 22 of Aiden Kenny. On the inside, in number 117 of row number 2, it's P3 of Sean McAuliffe. Right next to him, it's Elias De La Torre, the 4th. In the 4th starting position in the 29 car, Alex Shajati in the 3rd row. Austin Crines had a big get-off yesterday, but he's back again in the number 119. He's starting on the outside of row number 3. Derek Harvey in the P7 spot, the number 154. The number 26 of Alan Scalzo in P8 right next to him.
Once again, everyone, this is 2 formation laps.
So it's going to be 2 formation laps. Gives us time to get on through this order. In the 9th starting spot, it's Mark Smith. He's driving the number 421. Michael Harvey in a 111 right next to him in P10. P11, it's going to be John Francis Formella in the 11th spot, number 11. The father of the year, Roland Crines. I'll talk about that a little later on. That's P12 in the 619. Henry O'Hara is in the 13th starting spot. Tom Kay, big improvements from Tom Kay. He'll be starting all year long. He'll be starting in P14. Jeff Ingerhausen Jr. in the 15th spot. 16th spot's going to be Mike Martin. Behind them, it's Joseph Rizzo and Michael Gawkey, Michael Clark, Sam Parnigan, Charles Gordon the inside. Zoe Berry on the outside, number 32. Paul Bonderson and Ramses Carrazzo and Bruce Cleveland. That rounds out your 25 competitors in this 25 competitor field. There's the 119 of Austin Crines. Yesterday, running very well in the wet. Moves himself up into first place. Ran there for about a lap. Got a little squirrely, and I tell you, once you lose it in that kind of rain, it's all over. And he got well off. He got into the grass, picked up some massive momentum once getting into the grass. And once he went into that, it was just off and running. He was into the tire wall. And they got that car fixed. RS1 doing an amazing job getting that car up and running. And he is back out here again for some more action. All right. So RS1, as I said, doing all kinds of great work. We'll see how long they worked on that car. Brittany Kroll, tell me what's going on down there with that wonderful team.
Hi, guys. I'm down here getting updates. I was hearing that Austin had some reflections last night. How are we feeling going into this race?
Really good. I think built a lot of character inside of him yesterday, and he's ready to race today in a perfectly good car. So let's see what he's got.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, I tell you, Brittany, that's pretty amazing. I love the way he said it, too. Austin had some reflections last night, and I bet he did. Probably had some reflections on the inside of the screen shield of that helmet as he got off into that tire wall yesterday. But that young driver, I'd have to say that was probably one of his wildest rides yet as a competitor. And I'm speculating there a bit, but I bet it was.
Lights out. You're in this time. Lights out, please.
And so, it gives him a little opportunity to think, maybe just mellow out a little bit, like, okay, all right. And then what's even more impressive, RS1 says that now he's in a perfectly good car. That's impressive. I mean, that just speaks so much for that team and just how good they are. Lights out on the safety car, getting ready to go racing here in just a few moments. As we see him going down the back stretch right now. Getting some heat in the tires. Warming up the upper body. As we are prepared to go green flag racing here, scheduled for 35 minutes plus 1 lap. This is a sprint race. And as I mentioned before, a lot of people say, well, 35 minutes, that's a long time. Well, sure it is. It depends on what you're doing. But in sports car racing, that's not a lot of time.
Another reminder, coming out of 10, that's where we expect everyone to start pairing out. Between 10 and 11, start pairing out.
So you hear John Maskey right there. When John Maskey's talking like that, he's talking to the drivers and the teams. And so that's what he's telling me. He's like, all right, guys, when we come out of 10, we're going to go green this time by. Coming out of 10, I expect you guys to bunch up, pair it up, get lined up the way you're supposed to. And setting the pace.
Get everybody pair up. Get paired up.
Connor Hortzman right there in the 114. You see him now coming out of 10. Now they're going into 12 and 13. Pair it up, bunch them up. Slow them down right there. You see the 22 of Aiden Kenny as well. A lot of fast, young talent in this class. The majority of that talent starting up towards the front. You see the pack getting bunched up, ready to go. The 114 is going to set the pace as they are now rolling out of 14 onto the front stretch, waiting on that yellow flag. Sean McAuliffe right there in the 117. He looks very eager to go. I love his style as we get ready for the green flag to fly. And there we go. Bunched up, we're off. Couple jump from the outside. We're 6 wide. Here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Didn't know you could fit that many cars side by side down the front stretch of this pack of Cayman cars. The 29 stepping way to the inside. Elias De La Torre going for a big move early on. Can he make it stick? That was a little helpful. 4 wide through turn number 1. Everyone's going to get through clean. Everyone's facing the right direction. That's a great start to a great race here. 35 minutes plus 1. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Out in front, it's Hortzman. The 29 of Elias De La Torre starts P4, comes out second spot out of turn number 1. Very impressive move right there. Austin Krein in the 119. He dives into the 3rd position. Austin Krein moving up from P6 into P3. Great start. Looked like we got a car going off wide. Did he collect himself? He did. That is the 421. Got real right there. Mark Smith out of New York, in the W2W racing team. A little bit of struggle there. Got himself back on the track again. Couple of different lines coming out of 10. Some are going wide, some of the inside. Little paint being swapped towards the back. Everyone stays out of the grass, stays out of the marbles. Looking very comfortable. There's Ingerhausen Jr. side by side. Sean McAuliffe right behind his teammate as well. W2W 22 Aiden Kenny. He dropped back a little bit. Kenny started in P2, went back a couple positions right off the bat. He is not going to be happy with that start whatsoever. Still sitting in a great spot for the hunt at the end of this 35 minutes, but going in reverse right off the bat, that's not going to make him happy. He's just going to have to stay calm, cool, and keep himself collected and regain those positions he lost so quickly. He's got the ability and the talent and the skill to do it, but now you got to put your head down, Aiden Kenny. You got to dig, dig, dig. There we are right now. The 54 looking very good as well inside the top 10. Great run for him. So there is another W2W. Looking at Hortzman, De La Torre, Kreins. I'm talking about Austin, McAuliffe, Kenny. That's your top 5. Shajati, Harvey, Scalzo, Smith, Harvey in the 10th position. So now you see him coming to the inside.
231 is spun in turn 1, has continued.
The 119. He's got a lot of pressure on the 29. Heavy on him. Gets in 119, gets in front of De La Torre. The 4th. De La Torre goes back a position. Oh, big smoke off the right rear of the number 32. That's going to cause some problems. That's Zoe Berry early on causing
turn 2. We've got a car off driver's left.
And yeah, that's where that came from.
Full course yellow.
Well, it looks like we've
got to get the car in the gravel. Driver's left. Turn 2. We're full course yellow.
So there's the 231 as well. The other one in an incident, that's going to be Charles Gordon. Charles Gordon and Zoe Berry collected themselves there from what I saw.
Safety car, go now.
See if we can get another look at that at some point in time and see just exactly how it happened. But those two together starting off not the way they wanted to. But I tell you, I am for day number 2.
Full course yellow.
And I know how it ended yesterday. I was here. But Austin Kreins, very impressed with him. Yes, I know he got himself off into the grass and into the tire wall yesterday, but that was under a very slick track and probably the most rain and the wettest track he's ever been on. Things happen. I get it. But he ran up through the pack yesterday, had himself into the lead. He made a mistake, and that's it is what it is. Now starting Austin Krein in that car, which was worked on probably quite a bit yesterday and last night. No two ways about it. Starting in P6, now got himself up into 2nd place by making a pass around Eliza De La Torre, which I'm sure is not an easy pass to make. De La Torre new to this series and new to professional racing series as well, as he started off in Road American Wisconsin a while back. As we see some heavy work being done, some body work on Zoe Berry's car, trying to get her back out without rubbing down a tire. See that MDK crew doing what they can to fix this as quickly as possible. It's no longer worrying about aerodynamics and the simple things. Let's just get that blown out of there so that they're not rubbing it down. And we're going to go into this for some stuff that's going under review in race control. So as we're watching our safety car go around, race control is working very adamantly to review some of what they've seen already so far and try to get those decisions made and get them back out here. As they're still working on Zoe Berry's car right there, that crease right in the center, they're struggling to get that out. But right now, it is Hortzman in the 114. Right behind him, it is Austin Crines in the 119. Very, very comfortable, looking good. Elias De La Torre, the 4th behind him in P3. Sean McAuliffe in the 4th spot. We've seen Sean, 4 of his lucky number. The majority of the time he's been out in the race, whether it be yesterday in race number 1 for the Cayman Series or today. He finds himself in 4th quite often right now as he's going to be battling for another podium. Hopefully here, he got his first podium a few weeks ago at Wisconsin's Road America. There is the 231 right now getting pulled out. So the 231, Charles Gordon out of Mountain View, California, the BR Racing entry, is now out of the marbles as we are still under caution.
All right, everybody, stay driver's right. Stay away driver's right coming through turn 3. Driver's right in turn 3.
So they are talking to the drivers and the teams following the safety car. Stay way driver's right, going through 2 and 3. So some debris must be down there on the tracks. They're going to have to get that cleaned up as well. As a couple of quick incidents early on in this race. And you see that's where the problem was. That's where the 231 and Zoe Berry got together there. And there was definitely some debris flying.
Cars may pass the 231. 231, if you can't make it all the way back, park it in a safe location.
So there we are. We're going to go back. Replay. Here it is. Going down into 1. Watch a little bit towards the back, into the inside. Oh, Zoe Berry all on her lonesome, not doing anything wrong. And then all of a sudden, here comes Gordon coming in hot and heavy to 231, drops plow on her, and just pushes her off the track there. So
you've got
that's
damage. Pull it straight off at turn 7. Go behind the wall, turn 7.
And there you hear.
That's good race officiating, that Sean.
It is. You know, John Maskey. He's been around for a while, and he's in there with his fiance Morgan as well. The two of them are a couple of the best in the business, and then they've got some other great minds in there as well, assisting them. And as we also have another member from our race control team actually in our TV truck as well. So they're spread around the course, all looking at a lot of different angles, and smart, just saying, hey, we want to go racing. Your car's way too damaged to be even close to competitive. Never mind, maybe not even on the track. Get off somewhere safe.
All right,
Let's go
231 is stopped. Driver's left. Exit of the chicane.
Hasn't quite made it to the cutout at turn 7. There is a way back into the back of Gasoline Alley through there, and that's what John Maskey was trying to get Charles Gordon to do. That was a low percentage lunge. Sorry, Charles, but it was. I think when he sees the replay, he'll see that he was being a little, what's the word I'm looking for, ambitious to get down the inside of Zoe Barry. Zoe's been in and out of the pits, and so she is going to come back around as the leaders complete, or go on to their 4th lap. Zoe, I think, has dropped off the lead lap.
181 in front of car 5. 181 in front of
So
car
you hear
5.
John Maskey getting them lined up.
So that's Jeff Ischenhausen Jr. to go ahead of Mike Martin in the number 5. Far too easy to say Mark Martin and the number 5 as well.
When we started
I've
the series,
this weekend.
I back 2 years ago in Sebring, I looked at the driver list quick, and I said, wow, Mark Martin? Then I had to reread it real quick to myself and said, oh, Mike Martin. Still Mike Martin, wonderful guy, very happy and lucky to have him here. But, yeah, same thing. I looked at it, I was like, wow, this is great. Can't believe we got Mark Martin right off the bat. So there we have, as we saw that action there in between Gordon and Zoe Berry, Zoe Berry's crew working very hard on the car to get it back on track. I think they did so, but I believe Brittany Kroll has more detail on that.
Hi guys, I'm down here with MGK. Some details on Zoe. What are her thoughts right now in the vehicle?
Obviously, she just really gutted. She wanted to have a full, clean race here today. So we actually don't know what happened on track, but a lot of contact on the right front. We tried to repair it, but looks like it's pretty substantial damage. So maybe we have to retire.
Thank you, guys.
That looks and sounds rather like a bit of Porsche royalty down there in the pit lane.
It certainly does.
I think that was Earl Bamber's brother who was talking to us there.
And which is pretty cool. Yeah, absolutely. To have him.
Oh, hello, hey, so we're back in again.
Back in, see exactly what's going on here. The thing is, Zoe has not had the best luck in 2022 with us in this series. And when I say luck, I mean that right there, as I mentioned before, she was doing nothing wrong. She was all on her own, all good. And I'm sure I might catch some flack for this, but it wouldn't be the first time I have because I call him how I see him. But Gordon came in and just cleaned her out. That's exactly what happened. And it's funny because sometimes I say things like that, and people kind of get a little wound up at me after the checkered flag flies, and I'm all right with that. But yeah, that was a mistake, and people make mistakes. I get it. But poor Zoe Berry was just minding her own business right there. Next thing you know, she was just now she's back in and may possibly end up being retired for the rest of the day. So that's very upsetting. You don't want to see that happen to any competitor, whether it be Gordon or Berry or anyone else out there. So that's a real bummer. But what is not a real bummer is we still got 23 and a half minutes left to go in this race. So still a fair amount of time to go. And John Maskey said, safety car lights out. We're going green at this time by. This restart will be a single file restart. They're going to bunch them up. Single file, get them right tight. And Hortzman in the 114 is going to set the pace for us. Right behind him, we have a very hard-charging Austin Crines in the 119. As you remember yesterday, I think both of us said the same thing when Austin went off. We both said, and he got into the tire wall. That car's back out, and his team says he's got a perfectly good car today.
Well, I went down to see our fantastic corner workers and flag marshals this morning, just before they had their morning briefing. And anybody who hadn't been near turn 7 were all said, what happened to the driver in 119? Was he all right? I said, you're not going to believe this. I think that car's coming out this afternoon.
Yeah.
No, they were saying, no, absolutely not. And there's the absolute proof. It went in sideways, didn't do too much damage. Thank you, by the way, as ever, to the ladies and gentlemen in white here this weekend, giving their precious time so that we can go motor racing. It was nice to come down and visit with you, albeit briefly, this morning. I didn't want to get in the way of the morning briefing, but thank you for making me welcome, and nice to see so many of you. Thank you for all the hard work you do, and for the nice things you said about Sean and I and our work this weekend.
Did?
Yeah, they did.
No kidding.
Yeah,
I love those guys. What a great group of people.
They're all listening. If they can, they'll listen to what we're doing. All right, let's get back to green. We've got just on 22 minutes to go, Sean.
All right, so we are back to green flag racing here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. It's the 114 of Hortzman out in front, a hard-charging Austin Crines right behind him as well in the 119. He's going to have some serious pressure on. Not only is that Elias Delatorre, the 4th and the 29, who is hungry not just for another podium, but for another victory. He's had one in 2022 out of his 4 races raced so far. He wants another one. Right behind him, same story. It is Sean McAuliffe as well. Sean McAuliffe, he has had a win earlier on. He wants to be up on the podium more. And so we've got some top dogs that are all going to be pushing very hard. But right now, with a 119 of Austin Crines, the Jag entry, he is very, very racy. And I'm curious if that's going to work out to a positive or a negative. Hortzman gets a little sideways right there. Yes.
There's a bit of trying going on here. The problem is that this is really, I've just been talking with Kai van Berlo in one of our meet and greets. This is such a momentum track, and particularly for these mid-engine cars, it's all about the speed through the centre of the corner. You want to keep your minimum speed in these corners as high as possible. And with these flat 6 3.8 engines mounted so low down in the middle of the car will allow you to do that. When you start to go over or outside the performance envelope, then you get sideways and immediately you lose a little bit of that momentum. So Connor Hortzman there has done a cracking job. Even though he was pushing hard, even though he was sliding those Yokohamas, he did not give an opportunity for Austin Crines to get up alongside him at the end of the front straight. Pretty decent driving, I'd say that.
You know, it doesn't have to look pretty to go fast all the time. Now, sometimes it's nice when it does, but it doesn't always have to look pretty. And you're right, he kept his corner speed up very well. And for those of you listening here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and watching at home all around the world, keep in mind, later on today, we do have our Carrera Cup race happening as well with Kai Van Berlo, and we've got a great story that John's going to tell us about that later on. We'll touch on that later on when we get to the Carrera Cup race later on today, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. As right now, look it to the inside. Sean McAuliffe into 117. Can he make it stick? Getting around Elias De La Torre. Oh, we've got some contact. Now he's towing in the 22, the W2W entry of Kenny gets in the mix as well. Kenny's going to get a 2-for-1. Can he make that happen? Just getting out of the camera shot right now. Kenny saw that opportunity, said, yes, I can make this work. Meanwhile, our leaders, it's Hortzman checking out a little bit, along with, oh, look at this right there, along with Austin Crines, but right now the race is right here for third place, the 22 of Aiden Kenny. He just got a 2-for-1 right there, along with Sean McAuliffe and Elias De La Torre. Who's got the best seat in the house? Right behind him, the number 21 of Alex Shajati. He's waiting for all of them to make a mistake and be able to capitalize on that, as those three, the 22, 117, and Elias De La Torre, all dive into the draft. Aiden Kenny saw an opportunity. He took it, and he's moving forward with it right now. Elias De La Torre said, I can't take this anymore. Sean McAuliffe gets off into the grass, gets pushed a little bit there. Robbins racing to a certain extent. That's about as far as you can push it before race control gets involved.
Yeah, and I think that was all right because he'd gone down the inside and it was actually on the corner off. It was just drifting a little bit. I think he'd be okay there. He'd given racing room, which is what the guys in the race control will be looking at. Aiden Kenny, though, what a manoeuvre. What a heads-up bit of driving there as he got the old twofer and straight on through to third position while Sean McAuliffe and Elias De La Torre were battling out between themselves. Now he's got about 2.5 seconds between himself and the leaders, Horseman and Crines. They're half a second between those two at the moment as they come back round onto the banking for a moment or two from 11, then breaking down back onto the infield at 12. Really tough section, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where you make and lose time. And again, sideways from Kenny there as he tried to pinch the corner coming out of turn 13. Now, on the throttle hard, keep pulling those gears. As soon as the little blue light comes on, you pull the right-hand paddle up to getting on for 150 miles an hour in these Caymans. Aiden Kenny then in third position at the moment with that gold car, Elias De La Torre behind him. He's just gone back up into fourth place, and a problem.
Tom K, the 520 Community Beer Works Buffalo entry.
He's got 520 moving slow down the front straight with the tire issue. Goes straight. It goes straight at turn 1.
Tom goes out, gets into the grass.
He's going to hit the wall.
The tire walls.
Oh, you know, and it's upsetting. I just had a nice talk with Tom K and his driver coach, Eric Filgaris.
Just keep going all the way around the oval.
And I was giving him kudos about how he has, not just by the numbers and by the times, how he has visually improved this year, especially in the last 2/3 of the season, now the last quarter of the season. Tom K has really done a good job. And then I just jinxed him. Absolutely. You know, here's a funny thing. So yesterday was Tom K's first wet race, first time in the rain, and so that was if that's your first one, yesterday was pretty hairy. So I think you'll get a kick out of this, and Tom did as well. So he's talking to Eric Filgaris. We know Eric Filgaris. He's a multi-time winner in his class. Would have had a chance to win the championship if he didn't start only halfway through the season last year. He's won the 24 hours. He's done so many different things in his classes. So Eric Filgaris says, Tom gets on the radio and says halfway through the race, she's like, I can't see anything. He said, nobody else can either, just drive. And I got a real kick out of that.
You're doing great. You've passed 4 people. Have I?
Yeah, he says,
great overtake down there into turn 1. You passed 4 people. Did I? I've got no clue. I can't
no
see.
idea. But yeah, he says to his driver, Coach, boy, I can't see anything. He says, nobody else can either, just drive the car. And that's what he did. But sadly, Tom K in that Community Beer Works out of Buffalo car having some big issues right now.
Yeah, it wasn't just a brush there.
No.
That was a pretty square on hit, and it looked like there was front left suspension damage, so no point in trying to limp around. And again, great work from race control, John Maysky, on the radio to the team, and basically say, look, don't Don't try and go around. Go straight on. There's a place of safety that we can put you in
Full
there.
course yellow. Full course yellow. We've got too much debris on the front straight. We're going to run
I knew that was going to happen.
Yellow.
There was no way that there wasn't a ton of debris out on the course for that.
114 safety car speed. 114 safety car speed.
Just a matter of time. If we didn't go yellow to
Safety
clean up
car
that
to
debris,
next car
we're going to
to you.
have another yellow because of the debris.
Yeah, and it's body work, and there's bits and pieces, and there might be more substantial areas there. And that is in on the racing line. You're coming about a 14, accelerating really hard, drifting up towards the wall. It was a bit of side-by-side action with the 154, Derek Harvey, that car, I think, the red, white, and red, white, and black car. And
you can see the debris all over right there. And here's another shot of it. Look towards the back of your screen. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They got the yellow. I was thinking we were looking at time to come out there. So now, but look at you. There's so much debris that everyone's going to have to go through a little bit of it right now. And now you got some sticky tires. Not ideal, but they're going to go out there and get that cleaned up best that they can. But, yeah, certainly the right
sweeper
move.
out. The sweeper will be out. That's what I'm expecting to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
To get that out there. The problem is that you're coming and accelerating all the time. You're leaning on that left-hand rear tyre there, and you do not want to be putting any foreign objects anywhere near that.
No. So now that we've got a little bit of time here, well, let me ask you, John, because you're so familiar with all these different types of Porsches and things. In these Cayman cars, when we were these different sections that you and I have talked about all weekend, going into turn one, where you're dropping down off the track onto the infield to come down off the banking. And then we were going out of 10, coming into 11, you're going from the track into up onto the banking, and then the same thing onto 14. With these Cayman cars in those transitions, how's the car reacting?
Well, I think that these potentially are the cars that are going to handle that the best, because their engine is very low. It's the flat six 3.8 litre. It's going to be sitting right in the middle of the car, so you get a beautiful balance on the car. And what you're trying to do is everything feeling neutral with the car. So you don't want the car to be pushing, you don't want to understeer, you don't want the car to be loose, getting oversteer. And if you can get a neutral feel to the car, if you can get a neutral feeling car that flat drifts.
Everyone stay driver's right. Driver's right down the front straight. We're going to try and get 2 or 3 passes with the sweeper.
Yeah, sweeper is out, as we thought it would be. Coming down to the last dozen minutes or so. The sweepers yesterday were doing sterling work in bringing up the water from the side of the track. So, as I say, Sean, I think these Caymans are probably the cars that are least affected by the transitions because of that mid-engine layout. And if you've ever driven a 718 or the previous versions, the 981.1 or 2, they are supercars. I mean, beautifully engineered because, of course, they're Porsches.
Sure.
But they don't really have any vices. Bear in mind that the 911 has a very large engine.
Right,
and it is a big engine that's sitting right back on the rear axle. Now, I don't know how the Porsche chassis engineers have done this down through the years, but they've managed to continue to improve that car. And the current 992, the new iteration of 992 in its various guises, whether it's the Turbo S or the GTS with the helper springs on the rear, whether it's with rear steer that you can option for the Carrera S on upwards. They've done a brilliant job in keeping that Porsche at the very, very pinnacle of sports car engineering and handling.
Right.
And at some stage, however, where does the laws of physics take over? You have a better chance with the engine in the middle.
Right, sure.
And
absolutely.
Honestly, those 718s and the previous versions, the 981s, and I've seen a lot of very nice 981s in the car parks here, particularly the GT4, the road car on which these race cars are based, but they are race cars. Let's not forget that they haven't just stripped out all the nice bits in the Porsche stereo and all that. No, these were built as racing cars. But I mean, the road cars. I've been fortunate enough to have a loan of the GT4 4 version, not yet the RS, but I'm sure our friends at Porsche Cars GB can sort that out once all the important people have had a go at it. So
Sure.
maybe sometime next year. But the GT4 as a street car, particularly with the cage in it, with the Club Sport cage in it, it's an unbelievable piece of kit.
Oh, yeah.
We had the one with the carbon brakes, which the race cars don't even have, and it is so bereft of vices. It makes you want to drive it and drive it properly.
Right.
And whether that's on a country road, and you don't have to be going super quick on a country road to know how a car
No,
feels.
we would never do that on a country road.
No, absolutely.
No,
60
we would never-
miles an
that's not what
hour,
it's all about.
60 miles an hour limit.
10 and 2.
But what you're trying to do is keep to that 60 miles an hour as much as you can.
Yeah.
And to be able to carry that speed through the corner. And that's what the mid-engine layout does for you. And of course, with the paddle shift, you don't have to take your hands off the wheel. No stick shift. Or there is a stick shift option actually on the GT4, but the one I had the brilliant PDK, which is Porsche's double clutch. All right, so it's been going back a very long time, right back to the 959. Those of you who remember the wonderful all-wheel drive Porsche 959 with the PDK.
We see here the 33 of Michael Clark back on track again. He is rejoining the pack here as well. It shouldn't be too much longer where they get the rest of the debris and everything taken care of and cleaned up off the track here on the front stretch from the Community Beer Works entry of Tom Kay, getting into the wall, coming out of turn 14. As we get ready to hopefully go here with the next 2 laps. We are 8 minutes, 17 seconds left to go in this last and final Cayman race of the weekend. This is Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're at the big house, folks. We got ourselves inside. 10 minutes left to go in this Cayman race. We are under a full course caution, which should be over momentarily as we prepare ourselves to go back to green flag racing here a little bit. We're waiting to hear John Maskey and race control say, hey, lights out on the safety car, and that means we're going to get back to green. I feel quite confident in the possibility of going back to green racing here with 7 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Now, if you've been watching this today and you're not normally following the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama, Sean, we've got 2 more races.
We do.
To go at the end of the season at the Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin. When and how can people watch those races if they've been brought into this today? Because the racing's been super.
Absolutely. That is actually just coming up 2 weeks from now. We have a weekend off here coming up here shortly, which is nice. And after a weekend like this with a rain weekend and things, we certainly could use that. But we will be at COTA, Circuit of the Americas, and that is going to be coming up here in just 2 weekends on the 7th. 6th and 7th, I believe it is, of next month. And we've got a lot of great racing there. That is going to be running in conjunction with both our Cayman class and our Cup class and our North American Series and the USA West will all be there. So a lot of great racing.
Car plus 20.
And then, of course, we've got some support classes coming along with us. We're going to have our Radical Cup there, and the USF Juniors will also be joining us for that weekend. So it'll be a full weekend of racing, an awful lot going on. And all of that can be watched on Flow Racing. It can be watched on our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America YouTube channel as well. But a lot of great coverage. And, of course, all the information that you want about how the series has gone last year and this year and what's coming up in the future. Make sure you follow us on all of our everything like Instagram and Facebook and all that stuff. We can get all that information out. But you can watch all the races live on FlowRacing.com and, of course, YouTube as well.
I bet the radicals around there are an absolute blast. I did some radical commentary when we were there for one of the 24-hour races, not the one I took part in, but they had radical racing there, I seem to remember. And at that stage, they were sponsored by a cocktail company, which I thought was absolutely fantastic as well. Not that, obviously, cocktails didn't come out until the race driving was done.
Sure,
obviously. But that circuit is really technical in places.
Yes.
It's really fast in places.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like it for Formula One. but for
safety car lights out, we're green this time. Lights out, green this time.
For sports car racing, it's really good indeed. Just a quick reminder before we go back to green, the Hagerty Drivers Club are down in the fan zone, and we're giving away $70 worth of Hagerty Drivers Club membership. If you love cars and love driving, then you'll only love cars and driving even more if you're a member of the Hagerty Drivers Club, with great discounts, help and access to all kinds of information on the Hagerty valuation tool and the Hagerty marketplace as well. Even if you don't win one, it's the price of a cup of coffee a month, $70 for the Hagerty Drivers Club, loving cars just the way we do.
And we know we did the math. Cup of coffee a month.
Yeah.
We did the math. That's you can't beat it.
No.
You can't beat it. I actually, it's you sold me yesterday when I was listening to you doing those PA things. I said, you know what? So I went down and did it. I signed up. Now I wasn't lucky enough to be a winner, which I guess that wouldn't have been fair game if I won. They'd say we were cheating somehow because they gave it to me. So I wasn't the winner, but I did go down and get signed up, and I think that's a smart thing to do. So here we are getting ready to go for our restart. Just inside 4 minutes left to go for this Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires. The 114 of Hortzman in the lead. The 119
green
of
flag.
Grimes behind him as well. Hard charging. Don't take your eyes off the 22 of Aiden Kenny or Elias De La Torre. As right off the bat, I think McAuliffe may have just lost a spot to Sajati. And yes, he did. But a lot can change as they barrel down this front stretch into turn number 1. It is Sajati to the inside. It looks as though gaining back another spot, +2, as you called earlier, a 2 for Sean McAuliffe. I think may have moved himself officially into the 4th spot. Yes, he does. He got that back from Sajati. Sajati put the down payment on it, didn't have enough to afford the whole deal. And she took it right back and grabbed one on Elias De La Torre, gets in front of the 29. That's a huge move for Sean McAuliffe, fighting for another podium.
Yeah, and he's now got a little bit of gap between himself and Aiden Kenny in 3rd in the W2W machine just ahead of him. The top 3 have sneaked away by maybe 8 lengths from the rest of the field, now headed by Sean McAuliffe side by side. 26, Alan Scalzo goes through and off the track. Is it going to be 2 spins? It is. This could be dangerous in the middle of the field with Mike Martin and Jean-Francois Formela. Jean-Francois is pointing in the right direction. Mike certainly wasn't. Never a good thing when you can see the eyes of your competitors coming towards you.
Car 11 still there.
When you see the whites of another competitor's eyes, it's trouble. Absolute trouble. We see a replay right here.
Mayerist of touches between them as the number 5 of Mike Martin came through, just hit the left rear of Jean-Francois. Who was that came through behind that? Was that Derek Harvey?
I think it might have been Derek Harvey.
Wow, that was a great piece of defensive driving. Jean-Francois hasn't restarted there, Sean.
Yeah, we need the 11 to get himself out of his way under his own power here in order to have this great race up front continue on the way it's going. It'd really be upsetting to have that. And now, granted, he was not the cause of it. Michael Martin knows he caused it. But at the same time, Michael Martin's such a good guy. He dove in there. He came in. He's like, I'm going way too fast. He tried to get himself off to the inside of the grass. But, you're just going to run out of real estate.
Yep.
He knew he made a mistake. He tried to fix it best he could.
Running. He's moving. Jean-Francois is moving.
Beautiful. Let's stay green.
He's just coming through the end of the second sector now and through down towards turn 12. So that's the good news. And I don't think they'll catch him. There's 1 minute and 20 to go. Big dive down the inside at turn 7 from the number 29, Elias De La Torre. So Sean McAuliffe couldn't hold on to 4th position. The top 3 are loving this because at the moment that there are 3 for the 3 steps on the box. What happened there to Elias De La Torre? But you can't miss a gear in those things. But it did seem as though there was a little stutter.
Yeah, that battle between Elias De La Torre and McAuliffe, I don't think it's over yet. Only 51 seconds left to go. I don't think that battle's done yet. Those two are back and forth. Michael Martin getting a drive-through penalty for that incident, as we talked about earlier on. We knew that was going to be happening. But right now, what a battle for our top couple of positions. There's a nice shot of the 21 as well. And that 21, that is Alex Sajati racing well within the top 10. But right now out front, it's Hortzman, Crines, and Aiden Kenny in the W2W. Big gap in between them. I think the battle, John, in between Elias De La Torre and Sean McAuliffe has slowed the two of them down a little bit.
Jeff Isringhausen Jr. Just coming into the pit lane and going straight behind the wall. We got across the line with seconds to spare, so no white flag this time by.
White flag.
It will be next time. There you go.
White flag.
And there you have it. You're doing the math quicker than they are.
I don't think so.
Turn 1 is clear.
All right, so that means we've got ourselves about a little over a lap and a half to go in this final Cayman race of the weekend. Horseman of the 114 with a lot of pressure applied by the 119 of Austin Crines. Austin Crines got himself in the lead yesterday, made a mistake in the rain, saw him off heavy into the tire walls, came back with a perfectly good RS1 prepped car, and is now battling not just to stay on a podium, but for a possible win. He's yet to see the win yet for 2022. Behind him, who has seen a ton of wins, Aiden Kenny, and that W2W number 22 right there. Aiden Kenny not going to be happy with a third place. I believe he was in P2 yesterday. That's not going to make him happy. He wants to be up atop of the box here, as yesterday it was second place for Aiden Kenny. Elias De La Torre was in third. Connor Hortzman won. This could be back-to-back wins for Hortzman as the white flag flies here for the last time for our Cayman drivers here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen right now for Austin Crines. He's putting some heavy pressure on Hortzman. Hortzman looks so calm. He looks cool. He looks collected. About 3/4 of a lap left to go. Aiden Kenny, he wants to move up on the podium. Third place is not going to put a smile on the young man's face.
Those top three, though, have got the podium position sorted out between themselves. I wouldn't put the house on who's going to be fourth and fifth, though. De La Torre has it at the moment on the back straight. The leader trying to break the toe down the inside. Austin Krantz in the red and black fronted 119, the RS1 machine. He's holding on. Horseman is making a little bit of a getaway at the end, and a small mistake there by the 117 of Sean McAuliffe, and here comes Alex Hagerty. That might be a change of position before we get to the end. Under a quarter of a lap to go now, and Horseman's hit the afterburners. Never mind Maverick Top Gun in this last middle part of the last lap. Horseman has gone full G down the inside for second place there. We've seen that tried, and it doesn't normally come off. Horseman's going to win it, but Sean, who's getting second?
It looks like he might be hanging on to Austin Crines. I think Austin started paying more attention to what's going on behind him than what's going on in front of him. Slowed up a little bit, but it doesn't matter because the checkered flag flies one more time for Connor Hortzman as he brings home another victory. Back-to-back checkered flags here in this Cayman class. Congratulations to the 114 of Connor Hortzman. Behind him, it is Austin Crines. Redemption for him as well. Aiden Kenny, number 22 in P3, just off the podium as De La Torre, the fourth in P4. Sean McAuliffe, that rounds out your top five. Alex Hagerty, O'Hara, Scalzo in the 8th place, Harvey in the 9th, and Parnigan in the 10th position. What a great race. We had a couple of funky things happen in that race, but all in all, man, that was some fun, close racing from the front to the mid, all the way to the back of the pack. As
the incident with the 33 and the 12 in turn 1 a couple of laps ago will be penalized post-race.
So there you go. There's still, race control is still working on some certain penalties and things, but there are your top dogs right there. And I'm not saying top dogs. I'm not just talking, John, about the podium. I'm talking about your top 4 or 5 cars right there. All a very, very impressive run. From Hortzman all the way back to Hagerty, I guess would be the top 6. And there is a spin from the number 12 right there. And that was Joseph Rizzo. And it looks like it made a bit of an incident that's going to be reviewed. But even just the top 6 so close to one another there. What a race for these guys. And that was an awful lot of fun to call, John.
Yeah, and you've got to give Connor Horseman his due. It came into his own, looked like he got really confident in that second free practice session earlier on in the weekend. It was dry then. He raced very sensibly, I thought, in the wet race. Not sure how much wet racing experience he has, but he acquitted himself very well, particularly after Austin Kreintz had passed him. Didn't get sucked into that. Austin eventually taking himself off. But he's done it again today in the dry, and Austin didn't have the pace for him today. He didn't have the pace for him. So Horseman, 2 poles, 2 victories at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I think he'll count this as a decent weekend.
Yeah, not a bad weekend. Not a bad weekend at all. They're just very, very impressive. Really, really great stuff coming out of that team for Connor Hortzman. And, Kelly Moss Road and Race and Connor Hortzman and, out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Mooresville, North Carolina, you'd think he'd be more into a stock car right now than he would be in this right here. I mean, he's coming from the home of stock car racing.
That is stock car central, isn't it?
But all in all, man, the young man can drive a car. So that being said, John, I'm going to leave you to entertain everyone here and at home. I'm going to head my way over to the podium.
And my idea of entertaining is possibly just a couple of tunes, maybe a bit of poetry. That I've just I'm only kidding. Don't all run away from that. The Sprint Cup, then the Porsche Sprint Challenge for the Caymans over and done with for the weekend, and that has seen a pretty nigh on perfect weekend, I'd guess, from Connor Horseman as he continues what he started yesterday. Austin Kreintz and Aidan Kenny. Keep an eye open for that rivalry to continue, along with Elias De La Torre in 4th position in a couple of weekends' time at the Circuit of the Americas. Sean McAuliffe, Alex Hagerty, 5th and 6th. Henry O'Hara in 7th. Alain Scalzo in 8th. Michael Harvey in the 111 in 9th. And Sam Parnigan in 10th in the 157. Breathe, young man, breathe, as the hands device comes off, the helmet comes off. No fancy helmet colours for Connor Horseman, gloss black. And good to see the comradeship between the racers there. Austin Kreintz walking up and shaking the hand of the man who's just beaten him into 2nd position. Let's remind ourselves what happened in that race. Coming to the line, it was a little bit untidy as the green flag flew for the first time. Number 29, Elias De Torres, down the inside, managed to get it done, but we had 3 across the track there in turn 1, and somehow, I'm not sure entirely how everybody got through. Connor Horseman pulled away early on from Austin Kreintz with De La Torres in 3rd place, but that 3rd place was being disputed quite hard. Sean McAuliffe and he side by side, the gold car holding it, the red, white, blue car holding it for a while. Leaders beginning to pull away. Aidan Kenny cycling his way through to the front and getting a couple of cars in one superb manoeuvre to go from 5th up into 3rd position. And then the cause of the yellow flag with the number 520, Tom Kay, hitting the wall. That meant a restart, and at the restart the top 3 got away, but still 4th place wasn't decided. Elias De La Torre turned 7, going down the inside of Sean McAuliffe. And that's how it would finish, with De La Torre in 4th, Kenny in 3rd, Austin Kreintz in 2nd, but no one with anything for Connor Hortzman. 2 pulls, 2 wins, 2 good for the competition this weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now, we're just going to go down to Sean for the podium formalities, and there's going to be some very happy drivers there, not least from the 114 cam and Connor Horseman.
Yes, John, absolutely. There's going to be some happy drivers down here and happy commentators as well for myself and John. What a fun race that was. Cayman class 2 years in a row, just bringing us such great action. This is our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama's Tire. Podium for our Cayman class. So no further ado. In 3rd place, starting out with the number 22, it's Aidan Kenny. All right, Aidan Kenny in the 2nd spot. the number 119 of Austin Crines. And up on top of the box one more time. Back-to-back checkered flags. Make some noise for the 114 of Connor Hortzman. All right, so Aiden up here on another podium again. Second yesterday, third today. I know within reason what's going through your head. You want to be winning races all the time, and you have the capable team and everything behind you to do this. But all in all, it's still a good points weekend. Now that the last race over and done with, tell me about your experience here at Indy.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been great. It wasn't the best way to end the weekend. Didn't have the best start. Dropped back to 5th, but managed to come back to 3rd. And at the end of the day, we still have great points for the championship.
And that was just so you, like you said, you didn't get the greatest start there, but immediately you started digging really, really hard. Tell me what you had to go through to get from 5th right back up to 3rd, and you did it relatively quickly, but it wasn't easy.
No, it wasn't at all. Everyone was battling really hard. 2 drivers ahead of me were really aggressive with it. I just needed to keep my car on the track, and I mean, I was able to make a move around the both of them.
Right on. Congratulations on a great weekend here at Indianapolis.
Thank you.
All right, folks, and over here to second place, my man here, redemption time. And, yesterday you out there got yourself into the lead into the rain, a very wet race. I had a lot of fun. I talked to Tom Kay this morning here. He said he was talking to his driver coach, and he says in the middle of the race, he's like, I can't see. And his coach says, nobody can see, just drive the car. And that's exactly what you're doing. And you got out front, got off into the grass, not what you wanted to do. Came back, your RS1 team gave you a great car. And look at how well you ran today and fighting for a win here, man. Congratulations on really turning things around. Great job, Austin.
Thank you. I have a lot of people to thank, especially my fans, my friends and family that are here, my sponsor, Jag New York, and most importantly, my team, RS1, Justin, Lou, everyone, they're phenomenal guys, and they got the car back together, and look where we finished today, redemption.
And I'll tell you, for you, it's something special to say about just where you are mentally, because you've had some ups and downs in the car this year to no fault of your own. And, for some drivers, they would find that very difficult to go out and still run it just as hard. But, man, you held it together all year, mentally came back out, and the Austin Crines we know and love is back at it again, man. Well done, sir.
Don't worry, I'll be at COTA too.
Right on, congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, and up on top of the box, Connor Hortzman, man, big smile on your face. What a joy it was to watch you this weekend. But none of these guys made it easy on you. There's a lot of racing, a lot of pressure on you back there, but you held it together, 2 back-to-back wins. Couldn't have a better weekend, my friend.
No, not at all. Converting 2 poles to 2 wins, especially at a place like Indianapolis, is something special. But definitely wasn't easy. Austin was pushing me that whole race and constantly checking my mirrors, trying to get the best run out of corners that I could. And fortunately, it worked out. So very happy.
Right, and you must have some people that to thank to help you get up here. It's not a one-man show. I know that.
Yeah, my friends, family, everybody at Kelly Moss, all the hard work they put in this week. I mean, definitely wouldn't be able to do it without them. So thank you for everything.
Congratulations, Ben. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
All right, guys, how about a round of applause for your top 3 in your Cayman class? Gentlemen, trophies up. All right. Well done, guys. Big smiles on your top 3. There's the young guns right here in the Cayman class. I think that's what we need to start calling that class, the young guns out here. So congratulations to your top 3, as we got a lot of racing yet to come as the day rolls on. And we've got coming up right around the corner. Don't go anywhere as we get into a lot more racing as our day rolls on here at Porsche Sports Car Together Fest.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Here at the Porsche Sports Car Together Fest 2022 Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Sean doing a great job there. He's going to take a little breather. John Hindhaugh with you for a moment or two. And we'd like to invite everyone to tap into their inner artist. If you head over to the mural wall, you can contribute to the amazing work by artist extraordinaire Bill Patterson. He is... I use this word advisedly. He is a genius. and the things that he comes up with in such short amount of time that I've seen him do in the past. But he's asking for a bit of help on this mural today at the mural wall. If you can pop over to that and channel your inner artistic impressions out there and see what you can add to that. Now, we've just cleared the podium, so right through till after racing this afternoon, we will be allowing you to come up onto the podium for some IMS podium selfies right in front of the Sports Car Together Fest logo. So, you know, you might not ever get a chance to race here, and even if you did, there's only 3 people that can be on the podium from each of the events. Your opportunity to have a wonderful souvenir of this Porsche Sports Car Together weekend. Come to the base of the pagoda, and our staff will help you out and get you on there to see what it looks like from up there, and also to get on the top step of the podium here at Indianapolis. A great array of GT cars down on the start-finish line at the moment, led by the Shark Blue Manthey GT3 911. There's a beautiful Viper Green that is a 2.7 RS, which the responsible adult has already claimed and wants that wrapped and sent back to the UK. Not one, but at least a couple of 918 Spiders in there, and all kinds of GT cars from down through the years from Porsche. That's what's on the grid right now as we are gathering those guys together. We'll have more racing as our final race event of the afternoon is still to come. It's Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Cayman Islands, and the championship could not be finer poised. We'll give you all the details for that a wee bit later on. For the time being, enjoy everything in the fan zone, in the esports zone, and of course the beautiful GT cars out on the circuit here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Sports Car Together Fest 2022.
We have a one-track mind, but that's not true.
That's right, because we drive on a lot of tracks.
I've always been a bit sketchy. Ooh, nice lines, Chip.
Is it so bad that I want to save money on car stuff and then use that money to buy more car stuff? Hey, cool socks.
Thanks.
I may be a know-it-all, but I don't actually know it all. That's where these know-it-alls come in.
I've been accused of being a car chaser. I can't deny it. Ferrari, pull up the valuation tool.
So if you're into epic driving events,
If you want members-only offers on things like racing school, tires, or cool car socks,
if you're drawn to red-hot talent,
or if you always take your coffee with cars, then you belong with us. Join the fun. What's up, Wayne?
Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is my time. Look at me now.
an instructor in the first car each little group. And we'll kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips are warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
Excuse me. I'm looking for a ship. Something bold, fast, authentic, iconic, memorable, that has the power of Porsche.
I know what it is you seek.
How does it feel when you turn on the light?
Ooh, a tri-wing. That's a new one.
We've now formed a strong alliance between the Star Wars team and the Porsche design team. We call our new spaceship the Tri-Wing S91X, Pegasus Starfighter. Some things can't be forgotten. Thief.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just get into my Spider.
I'ma remember that.
Wait, which car should I drive? You go, this one.
My car.
My car.
My car.
Your car.
Let's go. Please tell me you saw that.
Ik lust daar kein Mensch von Hähnchenfleisch. Das ist echt fantastisch.
Let's go. Oh, it's a beautiful day for a car chase. Feel the beat, set to me, courtesy of Women G. Tell the queen, feel the beat. So impressive with delivering my message. I don't need your respect. I don't beg for acceptance. Cause I take what I need and never ask for permission. Make a class of session. Paris. I got you.
Who wants to be the bad guy next?
I'll take that, thank you.
You're welcome, bad guy.
What?
Guys, we gotta talk about the rules here. When we get back, we're having a meeting.
Let's go. I love this car. ready for me? You ready for me? This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
In a Porsche, the ignition switch is on the left. Porsche engineers placed it there years ago to gain a split-second advantage in endurance racing. It remains on the left to this very day. It's one small detail that, together with 10,000 others, create what the Germans call Gestalt, and what those who know call Porsche.
for speed.
Today, Porsche has given us the amazing opportunity to drive their first all-electric vehicle, the Porsche Taycan.
To see how far we can go and how much fun we can have on just a single charge, we're going to take them down to the Porsche Experience Center in Los Angeles and open them up.
And along the way, they've set up a couple detours to let us drive the cars in ways most people would never be able to.
Hello, sir. Hello. It's a balmy afternoon for a drive.
It's just a beautiful day for a drive.
Riggs, what year was that Porsche you used to have?
I had a 96 911. Ended up having the nickname the Sled.
First Porsche I was ever driving was a Targa years ago, and that car was absolutely fantastic. Even though we only have one charge, we're going to take a detour up here. Tanner Faust and the GT3 RS are going to help us see how fast these cars can go.
Hey guys, it's Tanner up here in the GT3 RS. I know the road's closed, but I'm just going to make 100% sure that it's clear.
Well, that sounded good.
Don't go too fast.
Yeah, I'll see you down the road.
Yeah, man. Get ready for that Porsche whiplash.
After you. Wow. He's there, and then he's over there. Okay, hold. Yeah. There it is.
Launch mode, or the two words I have for you.
Launch mode!
Launch mode!
Yeah, I don't think I've ever accelerated in a car like that.
And it's electric, which is insane.
It could be addictive.
All right.
All right.
Let's get moving.
Let's get moving.
Man, it just feels like a Porsche. It's so tight, it's so controlled, it is so much oomph. I just forget I'm in an electric car. I just feel like I'm in a high-performance Porsche.
But that's the thing, too, with Porsche. Yes, it's a sports car, but it's also an everyday car. Go to the store, go for road trips.
That's just super fun to drive. I've got 216 miles left, and considering how far we've gone and how fast we've driven, I thought I was going to be at way less mileage by now.
We'll see how the car does on this next detour. The only American Porsche factory driver, Patrick Long, is going to show us how to do a hill climb.
I have 2 miles of uninterrupted, quick, treacherous road. There are some places that don't have guardrails, so keep your eyes up. You guys are moving fast, I heard, so I come well equipped. The 918 Spider. Let's go.
Here we go.
Alrighty.
It's a sweet-looking road.
Here they come. Cars around the move. Cars around the move. Hill climber.
All right. Keep my eyes on those guardrails.
You got an amazing view. It's so spectacular in these things.
Woo!
Definitely a few white knuckle moments here.
Sweet. God, it handles good.
That's like taking a ride on motorcycles. I mean, honestly, that's like coming up a canyon on a bike.
Spider doesn't mess around either, though. Woo!
Woo! Alex.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
You know, they're called challenges. They shouldn't be. They should be called adrenaline spikes.
So, how much charge do you have left?
I've gotten some regeneration on the drive.
You have?
I'm at 48%.
You're at 48.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm at 43. So we're on the 405 heading southbound.
Yeah, we've almost made it the whole leg of the run down to the PEC.
Hi, this is Mark Hotchkiss from the Porsche Experience Center. This is a closed course, but these are very powerful cars, so we'll be coaching and guiding them through the modules.
Are they going to put us in a skid pad? Are we going to get to go play in the water? I've got 39%. I hope I can do everything.
Hello, camera. Trying to keep that Taycan right on the banking itself.
Oh, yeah.
The brake power is so strong. I love it.
The Taycan holds the world drift record for an electric vehicle with 219 revolutions. Let's see what Alex and Keanu can do out here on our drift circle.
Try not to catch the slide. You need to turn to the left. It's a little bit of understeer. Unwind the wheel, Alex, and slowly build your speed. Stab it hard. Stab that throttle.
Throttle's all the way down, believe it or not.
Oh, yeah, it's going off the course.
Not yet, not yet. Don't rule me out yet.
Woo! You're a natural, brother.
It's like wacky racers. Try to do some of that over by the camera for a change. Uh-oh. Sorry, camera. Thank you.
I'm just going to go in a circle. Da, da, da. All right.
Almost. Super close. Do that again.
I'm going full hooligan.
Build that speed. Stab it. You're getting the hang of it now.
Keep it in there! Ah, come on, I can get it. I got it. I can feel it.
Try to get that rear end rotate, Keanu. You got it. Throttle, Keanu, throttle, yeah! Woo! There it is.
I think I'm drifting. Yes!
There it is. Beautiful.
Awesome. I'll be out. Can we do that again?
What a fantastic day. Amazing car.
Great experience. Just thank you so much.
Woo! Woo! Was that a woo-hoo, Alex? Woo!
So who belongs in Hagerty Drivers Club?
People say we have a one-track mind, but that's not true.
That's right, because we drive on a lot of tracks.
I've always been a bit sketchy. Ooh, nice lines, Chip.
Is it so bad that I want to save money on car stuff and then use that money to buy more car stuff? Hey, cool socks.
Thanks.
I may be a know-it-all, but I don't actually know it all. That's where these know-it-alls come in.
I've been accused of being a car chaser. I can't deny it. Ferrari, pull up the valuation tool.
So if you're into epic driving events,
If you want members-only offers on things like racing school, tires, or cool car socks,
If you're drawn to red-hot talent,
Or if you always take your coffee with cars, then you belong with us. Join the fun. What's up, Wayne?
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action scene. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready This is my time, look at me now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and with particularly addressing those of you on our pit lane at the moment for the pit walk for Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by the Cayman Islands. It is now time to begin clearing the grid. Can you make your way back behind the hot pit wall, please, and clear the grid as we begin to countdown towards our second and final race for Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by the Cayman Islands for this Sports Car Together Festival. Clear the grid, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
To be an instructor in the first car in each little group. We kind of have different groups of cars.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Yeah, well. Hello, everybody, and welcome along to our third from last race of the 2022 Porsche Carrera Cup North America with Visit Cayman Islands. John Hindhaugh in the booth with you. We have a packed booth at the moment. I'll introduce the rest of our guests at the moment. Sean Ceremonies been helping out throughout the weekend, and thank you very much for that. And a big thanks as well to our Apex crew on site for the sound and vision, particularly our camera operators who've had pretty much every single type of weather across the world. And of course up in Charlotte, as ever, the NASCAR Productions team passing it on to the world with our IMSA radio crew back over in London as well. Good to have your company. It has become very interesting indeed at the top of the championship. Will Bamber from MDK, the Mark Varme's team, talking to one of his drivers down there on the grid. Let's quickly look at how they'll line up. We've got 33 cars on the grid, with Grady Willingham starting at the back in the number 21 car. Then it's Craig Conway and Joe Lombardo in the 97 and 92. On the 15th row of the grid on the inside, John Getz, and Tom Collingwood for BGB Motorsports. One row further ahead, Jeff Myshak for Goldcrest and Richard Edge for ACI Motorsport. Bill Smith is back and got some points yesterday for Top Racing. He's got Kyle Washington on the inside of that 13th row alongside him. Leader in the Pro-Am category, Mark Kwame for MDK Motorsports, has got Connor Flynn for Irish Mike Racing alongside him. That's a 43 in the 95. Jeff Mosing is on the inside of row 11. He's got Jeff Gordon alongside him. Yes, that Jeff Gordon, Hendrick Performance Group. For the first time in 6 or 7 years, Jeff Gordon came out of retirement yesterday and raced into just about the top 20 of the race yesterday. Getting some more practice and some more experience here today. On row 10, Marco Cironi for Mark Motors is on the inside. Matt Holcomb is on the outside. Adam Adelson and PJ Hyatt share row 9. Row 8, Alan Metney for Kelly Moss and Kurt Swearingen in the 17 green and black car. Varanchowski and for Wright Motorsport in P13. In P14, it's Efren Castro leading the Pro-Am category runners on this grid. Dimitri Demarcos is in P11 and P12, Michael McCann for McCann Racing. Inside the top 10 now, TJ Fisher on the inside of row 5. Grant Tolke for ACI Motorsports find himself on the outside in 10th position. In 7th position, Michael McCarthy has Travis Wiley for company on row number 4. Row 3, Trenton Estep, championship contender for MDK Motorsports, has Lee Keane in the red 311 RS Motorsports, number 12, alongside him. Top 4 now, Riley Dickinson on the inside of row number 2 for Kelly Moss Road and Race, with the British youngster, first time in this championship, or has been plying his trade for the Porsche Carrera Cup GP this year, Matty Graham in the MDK Motorsports machine. Matty from Stamford, I'm up in Northumberland. And on the front row, as we had yesterday, Kai van Berlo and Parker Thompson. That's Kai on pole position. He had the second best time, and Parker Thompson had the second best time. It was a single qualifying session, so that's how it all worked out. Quickly have a look at what's going on in the championship. Well, Kai van Berlo was assessed a drive-through penalty for the dive down the inside of his teammate Riley Dickinson yesterday. That dropped him down, and although he came into the weekend leading the championship points, he now trails Parker Thompson by 11 points. Further 18 back is Trenton Estep in third place, and another 33 back, that's 61 off the lead, is Riley Dickinson. It looks like it's going to be those three at the top of the championship. Alan Metney leads Efren Castro in the Pro-Am ranks by 19 points after yesterday's race, and it's 11 points now, the lead between Mark Kwame and John Getz, with Bill Smith 36 points further back in the championship. 2 races to go after this one. We won't decide anything this weekend, but we might know who's got one hand on some of those trophies. It's time to ask the teams to leave the pit lane, except for any essential personnel, to start the cars. We had a good grid walk earlier on. We're under 5 minutes to go before the start of this race, and I am delighted to say that joining me in the booth all the way from Utah is young Talon Bell, who in a moment or two will give the command. Talon, have you ever been to Indianapolis Motor Speedway before?
No.
No? How are you enjoying it?
I love it. It's great.
And you're going to come back?
Yes.
And you're going to be a race car driver someday, not just talk to race car drivers, actually be one?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, he says. Well, it's Tanner Bell, his dad, who's going to wave the green flag. But now it's time for those famous words.
Racers, start your engines.
On the money.
Now, I might be out of a job.
We're both out of it. Shall we just go now and leave this young man? They're getting younger. Play-by-play commentators getting younger every day.
They certainly are. Well done.
Well done. You can stay here and watch if you like as well. Talon Bell gives the command. We are up and running. By the way, the only other championship I didn't mention there at the rundown was the entrance point standings. Kelly Moss Road and Race have a 12-point advantage over MDX Racing with 21 further back, so 33 off the JDX, Racing. MDK Motorsports in third, 33 back from the lead. So a big turnaround this weekend, Sean, already. Got to wonder if Kai van Berlo should have maybe settled for that third position yesterday. He would have had a single-digit lead coming into the day, but that penalty now means he's 11 points behind Parker Thompson in the shell car. They'll be starting alongside on the front row of the grid.
Well, yesterday with Kai van Berlo, we're almost inside 2 minutes left in the race. He was finding some pressure. He was seeing the leader get a little more of a gap. Not a lot of time to go. He's like, I got to do something. I understand that. I get it. You're like, man, you're just watching the leader go away. He wants that championship so bad. And so he went and he did something about it. Wasn't what he did was right? Obviously, the powers of he felt that it wasn't. I understand his frustration. I get that. But at the same time, as a professional driver and things like that, it's very hard sometimes to keep your emotion away from your ability and what you can do on the track. And it's a lot easier, John, for me to sit up there and say this and talk about it than it is to actually do it. So, in my opinion, still a Kai van Berlo fan. I still think it's great. I love his desire to win and his desire to move forward. He just may have gone about it a little bit rougher than what Race Control thought was okay.
I'm on the 5th floor of the Pagoda earlier on today, just before lunch. Had a word, and we did a little meet and greet with Kai van Berlo, and you don't stop. I said to him, look, you don't stop being a good driver for one incident like that. He said, I know He said, maybe I just need to take a breath. He was very honest about it, but very positive coming forward into this. 11 points. It's 25 points for the win, 20 points for second. So, there is a decent swing between first and second. So there's enough for him to pull back the gap. If he wins the last 3 races, even if Parker Thompson's second in the last 3 races, the championship would go to Kai van Berlo. So the opportunity is still there. This is by no means over.
And there's qualifying points as well.
Correct.
So we still have to qualify for 2 more races coming up here for a few weeks. So we've got our fastest lap point. So is there an opportunity to win? Like you said, absolutely there is mathematically. And I'm not getting word that mathematically it's close or possible. It's very, very possible. And, and he's going to, over between now and going to the last final rounds, don't think an hour is going to go by where he's not going to think about that incident. But, the key is in the championship competitors that we have, in this series and in any major series, it's a matter of not just being the best driver in the car, but being the best driver mentally and not allowing that stuff to get you. We've all made mistakes.
It's a full season. It's not a single race. It isn't a shootout now. It won't be a shootout until possibly the final race at Michelin Raceway at Road Atlanta at the beginning of next month.
John, he could go after this race. He can go over and talk to Jeff Gordon and say, "Hey, man, all the championships you won, all the things you've done. Have you ever made a mistake in one of those seasons?" He's going to say yes. Yeah. And you just got to keep your mental game together and move forward.
So for the second time of asking this weekend, we have the 33 cars, Justin Oaks and Hutton McKenna, not on the grid this weekend. If you were wondering why we didn't mention those guys, the green flag is in the hand of Tanner Bell. Will he do as good a job as that, as Talon did with the driver's start command? Tanner, part of the Ragnar race that we had here on foot. The green flag is in the air. Yeah, pretty good job. And down towards the first corner, right down, hugging the inside wall. That's Kai van Berlo. Parker Thompson has been dropped from second. Through goes Dickinson. Dickinson from row 2 goes into the lead. Straight on for the MDX car. That was Matty Graham. I think he'll rejoin. Now he's going to come out right in front of the cars. He'll have to drop back a little bit in that number 91 car. That was Matty Graham for MTK Motorsports. So it is the number 3 of Kai van Berlo cycle back to the front. Here comes Estep across the curbs at turn 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across the track and off the track as they came out of turn 6. The gloves are off here. Nobody's saving their cars for another race this weekend. My goodness me. And there goes the number 6 of Estep off the road. That's the white, black and gold car right up alongside the number 12 of Lee Keane in the red 311 RS car. Well, what a start from Kai van Berlo. Matty Graham is somehow, having missed the first corner, cycled back up into second position. He did redress and drop back down through the field. There's the number 7 car going off of Mike McCarthy with the lilac trim on the front of that white and green Kelly Moss Road and Race, and coming through now into third position. That looks like the Apex Capital car of TJ Fisher. It is. Down to the pit wall again. 2 different schools of thought here. TJ Fisher in the GT Silver car with the red front bumper. Round the outside, the Shell top-up car. Down into turn 1. Parker Thompson tries to make that position stick. Trenton Estep was down in 6th at one position there. At one point there, he's fighting his way back through at the front of the field, side by side, and Dickinson goes back through into the lead on his teammate with Kai van Berlo in second. Matty Graham now in third. Parker Thompson fourth. TJ Fisher, Estep, Keane, DeMarcos into 8th. Michael McCann, Travis Wiley make up your top 10. Can't take your eyes off this one to even get into the Pro-Am and Am categories, but I'll tell you, Efren Castro's ahead of Alan Metney, and Mark Varme is ahead of Jeff Myshak. Now, what's going to happen here, Sean? Because at the moment, Kai van Berlo in second position. If he's going to have one of the top 4 ahead of him, it's the best possible person to have. That's
Absolutely.
Riley Dickinson, because in terms of points, he's the furthest back. So I don't think he has to worry right now in second place.
Right now, there's a couple things I picked up on just in that last lap and a half. One, as you were saying right now, Van Berlo, that's where he wants to be. This is the best situation for him. Another thing is, Kelly Moss Road Race, what a great team. No love lost between those teammates whatsoever at any point in time. Another thing is, we just saw Michael McCarthy coming around and going into 12, going real wide off the grass. I don't believe, we'll see if this gets reviewed, I don't believe he did that all on his own. Okay. We had the red car coming in. We got a car around right now. I'm not sure. It might have been TJ Fisher, but there was some definite contact right there going into 12.
Oh, Estep, championship implications. Trendon Estep is out. We've got Sus Parker Thompson. Parker Thompson out as well. There's been at least 2 or 3 car contact there. So Estep in the 6, the 9 of Parker Thompson, who's had a great run with 3 victories in the last 4 races. He's out. Who else? It was DeMarcos, I think, the other car involved in that in turn 1. So a real schmozzle there down in turn 1. Full course yellow for stranded cars. Riley Dickinson leads from Van Berlo, then Matty Graham from Northumberland, from Stamford. Oh, it was just a straight on.
I thought that was a combination. Look, oh.
Right front wheel was off the car, or was that effect, or was it cause? That's a huge off.
Yeah, that was a big off right there, and I don't know if it was a mechanical failure or if that was due to what had happened. But right now, if I'm Kai Van Berlo, after who I've got in front of me, after what just happened with these cautions, and I'm aware of that, I'm doing a little jig in the car right now.
Well, I mean, that's his 2 major championship contenders are out.
Just absolutely huge for him, and it's just a matter of right now. Kai Van Berlo, he's just got to play it really cool right now. And as we were talking about the mathematics of the championship, with only 2 more rounds to go after today is over and done with, wow. I mean, the gods are shining down on him.
I don't think Parker Thompson has made it round the lap. I think he's come to a halt onto the back straight. Yeah, there he is. So the 9 car hasn't made it round either. There's a witness mark on the right-hand side door. That is somebody's tyre now. Right. So I'm going to suggest here there's been right front to left rear contact between the left rear of that number 9 Shell top-up car from Parker Thompson and the right front of Trenton Estep's car. I'm not sure how Dimitri Dimakos in the number 12, the black car with the red cross on the hood, I'm not sure how that was involved. It was all down coming into the braking area at turn 1. But at the moment, Kai Van Berlo is the only one of the top 3 who are still in this. Wow. So that was an issue. So that was an issue from way back for Trenton Estep. He either had a brake problem or just completely missed his braking point. He actually clipped the wall with the left front, trying not to hit anybody, but there just wasn't enough room, and he's just clipped the rear left of that car that we saw stranded a moment or 2 ago, being the number 9 of Parker Thompson. So second, leader in the championship, coming into this, Parker Thompson, and third in the championship, Trenton Estep, are scoring a big fat nothing, or very little anyway, in this contest. I don't think they'll get any points either of those two.
With 1 of 3 rounds to go, a goose egg is not what you want to be scoring right here. But I will say, coming on with that instant going into 1, I have a feeling maybe that he lost that tire. And that is why we saw that brake fluid, which I believe is all over. Could be coolant as well, but something down there, I would imagine, brake fluid. I think that tire may have come apart on him, tore the brake line out as well, and then it was all over from there. And then going back as well, now I'm pretty confident now that we get to see the way things are packed up here, getting ready for a restart in a bit. Pretty sure that was TJ Fisher and Michael McCarthy that had that problem a couple laps ago going into 12. Now keep in mind, the two of them were not real happy with each other when they left Long Beach a while back.
True enough.
And so when you think about, everyone, no matter how professional a race series is, as far as a racer, a lot of times you're like, well, we'll talk about this more when the helmet's on, and we're out on the track. Very possible that could be part of the problem as well as far as that goes. So there's a lot of stuff unfolding, and quite the story it is from weeks ago at past races all the way down to right now in championship chases. And all of it is quite the story unfolding. I'm looking forward to flipping into the next chapter here as we go green racing here in a little bit.
If it stays as it is at the moment, Kai van Berlo would have 268 points. Check that, actually, because he had the pole position. He would have 270 points to Parker Thompson's 259, because Parker's not adding anything on. 25 points for first, 20, 17, 14, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, down to 15th. Nothing from 16th on down. 2 points for Paul, 1 point for the fastest race lap. Whilst the clear-up goes on, let's just remind ourselves of that hectic start.
Yeah.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4 Porsches across. And, big bump between the teammates as Dickinson went down the inside. Van Berlo did the comeback.
Graham goes
straight on for the 91, who comes back in. That's Matt Graham. He drops back to 4th, nearly 5th position. And then manages to fight his way forward from there. And that, dear viewer and listener, that was only the start of it. That was actually the least bonkers part of the first 2.5 laps.
Absolutely. It's unbelievable, the Porsche Carrera Cup North America by CaymanIslands.com. The entertainment it gives you, especially at a track like this, which is such a fun track that offers so much excitement here. For them to go 5, arguably 6 wide, going down the front stretch into turn number 1.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. And I tell you what, John, it makes our job quite easy. We're not here looking for words.
Well, that is very true. I did say to Kai van Berlo, will you tell the other 4 of you that you've made our job easy this year? All right, so what happened here? You see, there's already damage to the right-hand side. DeMarcos just got spun around, so he wasn't involved in that per se, other than I think he got hit. And I've got to say, I don't think Parker Thompson was in a part of that either, other than Trenton Estep came upon him at virtually unabated speed. The question for me, and I would not have expected Trenton to make such a fundamental decision, error there on his braking, that he arrived so quickly. So had he already had some side-by-side contact, which had taken a tyre out, that would massively decrease his braking potential.
Certainly.
Coming down into turn 1. And he did try. Look, you've got to give him his due for this. He did try to stay out the way. Estep was right on the wall. He could not have been any further over to the left-hand side. He comes in at such a speed, and he's just clipped the left rear, and then into the tyres. Just clipped the left rear of the shell car, and then into the tyres. Wow.
He knew he had a problem long before we did.
Yes.
And I will say kudos to him for keeping his problem to himself for the most part. It could have been much uglier if he tried to dive in there. But I think he had some damage from earlier on, and that damage got to a certain point, said, I've had enough of this, and that's where everything let go. But kudos for him for making the best out of not taking more people out of that race.
So let's just recap the situation. The championship leader at the start of this race, Parker Thompson, on 259 points, had an 11-point advantage over the man who started on pole, being Kai van Berlo. So, man, I mean, quite extraordinary. Kai had the pole position, so he already clawed 2 of those points back. So he was sitting on 250 once we got away. So that was 9. But Parker's not going to add anything to his score. Neither is what was third place driver at Trenton Estep. He's stuck on 230 points. So he's not going anywhere. I've already filled that in on my sheet for later on. Riley Dickinson sits down in 4th position on 197. As it stands at the moment, he'd net 25 points for the win. That would take him to a 223. So he's within striking distance, a 3rd in the championship as it stands right now. And Van Berlo in 2nd needs no heroics whatsoever. No. None whatsoever here, because another 25 points, even without the fastest lap, is going to give him pretty much what would he end up on? What did I say? He was on 250. That is going to give him 270. So he's going to go. That's a 22-point swing that we're going to go.
That's huge. Now, at the same time, too, the conversation we had before we went to green about, the points that are up for grabs in between now and the next 2 rounds coming up. We were talking about Cayman Brewer, like, hey, be calm. Now we can have that same conversation and flip it around. And so it's not over. Still not over. But boy, that was certainly a massive hindrance to Thompson and Estep. And Cayman Burlew right now needs, as you said, no heroics. Needs to take any hint of frustration he may have had left in his head and let that go out the window.
Oh, yeah.
And just relax.
Now, Mark Kwame is leading in Pro-Am. He came into this green flag with an 11-point advantage over John Getz. And at the moment, Kwame leads. So that would stretch by another 5 points as it stands at the moment. Bill Smith, the only driver really, other driver still in contention. He's 47 away from the lead. And Bill's in 3rd position at the moment. So Mark Kwame, just starting to perhaps feel he's back in control of the championship. Efren Castro is ahead of Alan Metney, so at the moment he would be taking 5 points out of the 19 that he is behind at the moment. That's how it stands now. I'll keep trying to keep you up to date with the arithmetic, but it's not my strong suit, as anyone who knows me will attest. There was a double period on Friday afternoon when I was at school, and frankly I often wasn't there. Safety car has pulled in. We're going back to green flag, and it's a super restart from Riley Dickinson, from Van Berlo, from TJ Fisher in 3rd place in that Apex Capital car. Lee Keane defending to the inside as Matt Graham tries to come round the outside. Buffalo Gals, he's gone round the outside there in turn 1. And Matt Graham has really made his presence felt in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by the Cayman Islands. He's been three race wins already for him this season in 992 over in the Carrera Cup in Great Britain, which supports the British Touring Car Championship in front of huge crowds. They've got the 992 for the first time this year, and he's using that experience very, very handily indeed. So Dickinson, Van Berlo, Fisher, Graham, Keane, McCann, Chosky, McCarthy, Torquay and Wiley, your top 10. They're all pro cars. Castro and Metney, then an interloper of Adam Adelson, and off's gone Kyle Washington.
Wow.
Oh, he'll get out of there, I think, on the grass.
We'll stay green.
We are staying green. And that's down at turn number 7 again. Too much curb on the inside for Kyle of turn 7, and that is... Most of the curbs here are pretty flat and pretty benign. That one isn't. It's like a small garden wall. And that's just pitched him up there. So the 2 Kelly Moss road and race drivers surely being talked to by their respective crew chiefs. No need to do anything silly. This is good news for the Endless Championship. Great news for the championship. For both of them, actually. This is probably the best result that Kelly Moss could have, with Riley Dickinson, who is currently in 4th in the championship, pulling himself back into championship contention if it ends the way it is right now. Van Berlo would take the lead of the championship with 56 more points to go before the end of the season. Dickinson has the fastest lap. He took that yesterday as well from memory.
As you see right now, sitting right down here just beyond pit lane, some of the Kelly Moss Road and Race teams, and they're racing for children's. Mr. Stone there as well, up there watching the big screen and the broadcast, probably along the lines of what you and I are talking right now, saying, hey, listen, we need the team. You got to talk to the drivers right now. Just tell them, relax. This is what we need. This is a first and second place. This is a big, massive assistance towards the championship for Kai. We've just got to be calm. But behind them, they have a very, very wound up and hungry for a win Fisher sitting in P3 right now. And that's a competitor that he's going to do what he needs to do to get himself not just on a podium, but get himself that victory. So there's an awful lot of pressure right there as well.
I think what plays into their hands at the moment is they're gone, and the battle is actually for second, third, and fourth. Behind TJ Fisher, Matt Graham has got a flapping cover at the front of the car. It's the front hatch, if you will, there. It has got a couple of air vents in that to push the air through the radiators and over the top of the car. And at top speed there, which is nearly 170 miles an hour, by the way, down the front straight. So these guys are hauling the mail. But Fisher just with perhaps a little aerodynamic disadvantage there. Excuse me, Matt Graham with an aerodynamic disadvantage. And watch out for Lee Keane as well in that number 12 Pro car for 311 RS. That's the bright red car. Further back, the battle in Pro Arms sees Efren Castro in 11th position. And the GT Silver iFly number 99 is just there, maybe 2 or 3 lengths behind. Now again, you know, Alan has got a good lead, came in with 19 points to the good. He could lose 5 of them quite easily here and still feel confident going in to Road Atlanta. These two keep each other in sight. Did in last year's championship. Efren Castro came through with a great run towards the end of the season. And Alan had a horrible weekend at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, seeing the championship disappear from him in the last race of the horrible way to lose a championship. Great way to win it, though.
Well, and the thing is, too, with Alan Metney racing a couple different classes here this weekend at Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. Indianapolis Motor Speedway this weekend has not necessarily been amazing for him. He did have a podium yesterday, yes, I know, but just a podium in that class in a third place, that's not where he wants to be. Had some big trouble earlier this morning. Has that gotten out of his head? Can he put that behind him and move forward? Because right now, losing 5 points to Castro for the championship, is it the end of the world? No, it's not. It's not with a 19-point lead. But it doesn't mean you want to give that up. Only 2 rounds left to go. Anything can happen. And as you said last year, bad things happening for Alan Metney in the last final 2 rounds. He needs to leave here with as many points as he can. It means he needs to get in front of Castro.
Yeah, he does not need to end up in the wall.
No,
that would be very bad. Then hand the initiative over to Efren. And to be honest, Efren, doubted competitor. If he has his nose in front, that's going to be difficult to prize that back from him. Okay, let's go back to the front of the field where Riley Dickinson is cruising along. He has the fastest lap of the race, 1:26 flat. Well, that's all right. Kai van Berlo with only 2 new tyres left for this race. He put them on the left-hand side of the car beforehand. I want to mention that beforehand, but he did tell me that when we were having our meet and greet earlier on. Then it's TJ Fisher. He's got his mirrors full of Matt Graham and Lee Keane. And that's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And I think that Michael McCann's gaining on that. That might be a 4-car battle for 3rd on down in a moment or two's time. McCann, who's bringing Vern Chorksky with him, the right motorsport. That's the number 13 car, the white with red and black on it. Onto the back straight now. Well, there's actually two groups of 3, and trying to get on the back of that is Grant Tolke in that very distinctive bright green and black car. So we could any second now, I think with a lap or 2, if that number 8 car of Michael McCann keeps on coming, that's the GT Silver and red car, we're going to have 7 cars, Sean, battling for the 3rd step on the podium.
And you know what I'm curious about is just a year ago this weekend, Michael McCarthy and Grant Talkie had a very similar battle right here in a different championship. Yes, absolutely. In the Sprint Challenge Championship for the Platinum Championship and for the Gold. They both had those respective championships wrapped up. But the 2 of them in this order, with Michael McCarthy being in front, Grant Talkie behind him, all weekend long, that's how they ran on top of one another. Are they able to use that? And they're buddies, and they train together. They do some karting together. They've done a lot of things in the last year together away from just the actual racetrack itself. is that something where they learned from each other last year and they can use each other to now be like, okay, slingshot engaged. Let's do the best we can to move up beyond these guys because they have worked. Look at to the inside, McCarthy. A little bit of contact right there. Gets the drivers pushed a little bit wide. Sets up McCarthy going into 3 to the inside. Can he capitalize on that? He's still pushing. He's trying. He may pick up a spot right here. Put him to the inside of this as well. He can stay flat through 6. That's to make a difference. McCarthy moves up a spot. Grant Talkie stays where he is. He's got the best seat in the house, John.
Yeah, grandstand seat for that one. Still no change at the front. There's 0.6 of a second, so let's call it half a second between the two Kelly Moss Road and Race teammates. And down 11-2's turn 7. There's a little bit of contact between two cars, 7 and 8. That's Mike McCarthy and Michael McCann. Just a little bit of rubbing on the front guards there. Nothing too serious for race control to look at there. In behind the 13 of Varuchowski. Just a thought, looking at what's ahead of them as well, that is going to start to get really interesting quickly. With this many cars together, you just can't take the optimum line. And if they do catch up to TJ Fisher, along with Matt Graham and Lee Key, surely that could only be good news for Riley Dickinson. On the back of this train, by the way, now is Efren Castro. He's in 11th position. So this is an extraordinary group of cars, 6 of them from 6th down to 11th position.
Now you see here, it looks like when we got into the fast section on the stretch there, coming out of 13 into 14 down the front stretch, it looked like McCann was able to pull a little bit of a lead on Talkie. We get back in here where someone gets a little more technical here, and I think the biggest thing is going to be the braking going into 7. Going into 7, and then 7 out through 10. It looks like Grant Talkie's quite fast right there. He gains on McCann. Is he going to gain on him enough to capitalize on it? I don't know. But if you watch, I think going into 10, if we get a good shot of it, I'd be surprised if you didn't see if you don't see Grant Talkie going a little bit wider. Look at this. Look at this.
Down the inside, that is a pass for position, and it's 3rd position. Graham taking all the curb and trying to get up the inside of the Apex Capital number 58 of TJ Fisher. They're side by side, going into 12 now. Fisher on the inside. The Northumbrian driver gets through, and he's on the podium as it stands right now in the Moser Consulting sponsored car. Wow, that took 3 corners to get done, but that was a brave move to start, Sean.
I thought it brave and brilliant all at once. It was clean. He got in there, said, okay, it's getting a little dicey right now, but I'm going to stick with the plan, and I thought that worked out great.
He's going to have to defend down to turn 1 as the number 58 goes to the outside. That's TJ Fisher, and look who's lurking in the background. Lee Keane right there in the 311 RS, the bright red car with the white cross on the front of it. A little bit of a defensive entry to turn 4 from the young Englishman. Now through 5 and 6. Oh, he's taking liberties over that 6 curve. Might get a warning for that. Had 2 Michelins over the inside of the two-tone blue and white curb there and just straight lined it. Well, he races in the British Championship for Porsche Carrera Cup. They support the British touring cars, so you've seen plenty of curb hopping in the events that he's been at by watching the touring cars. That was a touring car line there, not a GT line, going through 5 into 6.
Absolutely. You see the bottom of your screen there, the battle for rank right now between those 3 competitors.
Wow.
And right now, out in front, our top crew, they've just kind of checked out right now. They're doing their own thing, Kelly Moss Road Race, sticking to what we both agree, John, has to be the plan of, hey, just let it be. Let's stay where we are. Yeah. It's going to work out for everybody. We can all celebrate you do this. Meanwhile, behind them, as they're just doing their own thing and running really well as a team together, which is great to see, there's just a whole epic battle going on behind them.
8.8 seconds between these two and Matt Graham, who's just got into 3rd place, who's pulled out, actually, almost half a second, a wee bit more than half a second. He's really strong from 10 through to the end of the lap, Matt. Gets through 10 very quickly indeed. That's where he made the pass. I just wonder if Kai Van Berlo might drop back from Riley Dickinson a little bit, cool his tyres down, and then try and go for the fastest lap and take the point for the fastest lap towards the end of the race. I don't think he's going to try any kind of overtaking manoeuvre. He got burned with that yesterday. 0 point score yesterday. And that's 2 zeros in a row. The last round, the second round at Road America, and yesterday he was assessed a drive-through penalty. That was done at the last lap, so he couldn't take it. So that was converted to a time penalty. It took him outside of the top 15. So he saw his points lead coming into this championship turned into a 11-point deficit. If you're just joining us, the big story is that Parker Thompson, who was leading the championship, got clipped by an out-of-control Trenton Estep. We're not sure what was going on with Trenton's number 6 car. Down into turn 1, hardly any speed scrubbed off at all, and both of those cars are out of the race. Jeff Gordon is very much in the race, and he is in 18th position and 12th in class, learning, progressing, moving forward. Evernham will be delighted with that.
Every time he's out on there, they are sticking to the plan. And
spin.
Big spin.
And that was a touch by the number 77. That's the Travis Wiley car, and he spun around the number 8 of Michael McCann. That's going to be a penalty, I think, for that number 77, Travis Wiley. He came down the inside rather optimistically, and you could almost see the look of horror on his face when he realised he wasn't going to be able to back out of it. Almost had position, but almost is not having position. And that's going to be a penalty, I think.
Yeah, there had to have been a little bit of a touch. We couldn't see it much from this angle, but the way both those cars went around, there had to have been a little bit of assistance there.
Oh, yeah.
Getting that car around. Here again, you see our leaders right here looking very, very comfortable. Now pushing 9 seconds lead over the rest of the pack. We don't see that a lot in this series.
It doesn't happen.
No, it just doesn't happen. But that's here's a perfect example of teamwork makes the dream work. Right here.
Well, and they're not fighting each other, Sean.
Right.
When you don't fight each other, Riley Dickinson at the moment is effectively doing a practice or qualifying session. He's able, there's nobody to lap right now.
Yep.
There's nobody to defend against. He's just picking the optimum racing line and following him, his teammate, Kai van Berlo, doing the same, possibly getting a little bit of a draft down the longer straight. And that's why I think he might just drop back a little bit and then give it a good run and see if he can get a good run towards the line. Might be a little bit too close. Get too close, of course. The disturbed air from the car in front isn't hitting the aerodynamic surfaces of the car that's following in the same way, and therefore it's not as efficient. So that'll be the 91 then of Matt Graham coming through in third. TJ Fisher has resumed in fourth position. Sorry, no, it was his teammate that went around, excuse me. Lee Keane, then Varon Trotsky. Now that'll be his best finish certainly for this season, if Varon could stay in the top 6. Then Mike McCarthy, then Grant Tolke. The battle for the Pro-Ams now in 9th and 10th position, with Efren Castro a comfortable 3 seconds or so ahead of his championship rival and championship leader Alan Metney. But Metney would take, as it stands now, would take a 14-point lead into the 2 Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta rounds to end off the season. It's the last couple of days of September and the first couple of days of October. So first weekend in October. And remember, we're racing on, starting practice and qualifying on Wednesday, and racing for the Challenge Series and the Single Manufacturer Series on Thursday and Friday. Saturday is the WeatherTech race. Grant Tolke is taking more and more curb to the point where if he goes much further to the right there, he's so far off the track, they're going to want to check his pass before he gets back on again.
And, you know, if it works out with our Pro-Am class here, with Efren Castro's sitting where he is with that 14-point lead, narrowing that lead down from 19 to 14, if we learned anything from 30 minutes ago, the way it happens here, and versus what happened at the last 2 rounds of last year, 14 points is nothing going into that those last 2 final rounds. Anything can happen, absolutely anything.
If he held 14 points going into the last round, it means he could follow Efren to the line.
Yes.
And even if Efren won and Alan was second, he'd still win the championship.
Exactly.
If they were further down from there, he'd easily win the championship. Efren can only do what he's doing now. Efren needs to keep winning races.
Yep.
And he's continuing to do that. And that's very distinctive purple and black livery.
Yeah, I've kind of felt like midway through this season, not just in our Carrera Cup, but in Sprint Challenge, Efren, he kind of had a different look in his eye. Yeah, and he really has. Like just talking to him, interviewing him, spending time with him, he has physically changed, and that looks like Grant talking.
Yes, it is.
There was missed turn 1, stepped out there, had to go all the way around those white pillars and back on track again. So we'll see exactly what happens the way this ends up going down here.
The thing for Efren is he won the championship last year.
Yeah.
So he knows he can do it.
Yep.
He won races last year, so he knows he can do it. And I think once you have that self-confidence, Sean, that's the thing that makes the difference. So now with that little run-on in turn 1 from Grant Tolke in that number 81 car, we have a battle for 8th and 9th. They're not in the same class. Notice the different headlamp colours, the different wing end plates and door mirror colours. That is because Grant is in the Pro class, which has silver or grey colours on the door mirrors and on the wing end plates, quite white headlamps, whereas the blue on the mirrors, the end plates and on the headlights, which is very cleverly achieved by just putting a cross of blue tape over the headlamp lens.
Sure.
But it's really helpful for us commentators. Brilliant, whoever thought of, not sure who thought of that, but whoever did think of it, thank you. Because those 4 bright spots of light in the headlights, being 3 different colours for the 3 classes, really does make it easy to spot which class they're in. We're down to under 6 minutes. Riley Dickinson, who took the lead at turn 1, relinquished it, then got it back. Here's Dimitri Demarcos fighting his way back through at turn 1. He goes up into 14th position. Marco Cerroni, the Pro-Am car, the black and yellow car that he's just gone through. Dimitri was one of the cars caught up in that incident when Trenton Estep went straight on at turn 1, and he lost a lot of time. I don't think he was instrumental in it, but he was certainly parked across the track for a moment or two. And meantime, Jeff Gordon has the other Jeff Mosing, right ahead of him in the sort of rhubarb and custard coloured car. Mosing Motor Cars.
Gordon up into 17th overall right now.
Yeah, and 11th in class. So he's knocking on the door of a top 10. He's halfway up the field. I think he'll take that all day, to be honest.
Absolutely, he will. And there is a nice shot of Riley Dickinson and his teammate, Kelly Moss Road race teammate right there, of Kai Van Berlo. The two of them working very, very well together. As I mentioned earlier, teamwork makes the dream work for the two of them. That's going to be a sweet victory for Riley Dickinson if he can just hold it together with a little bit of luck. And, of course, championship points looking in the right direction for Kai Van Berlo as he entered this race before the initial green flag flew, probably very frustrated as the hopes of a championship could have possibly been slipping out of his grasp. And now, all of a sudden, keeping in mind it's motorsports, anything can happen, and bing, bam, boom, he's sitting like he'd be up on top of the leaderboard. And so right now it's just a matter of nobody wants this 4 minutes and 13 seconds gone more than those two competitors right now.
You know, you can't have a 16 round championship and have everything go right for you.
Right.
And for every single driver, they will have had a bad race or a bad weekend by the end of this season. Nobody had a clean weekend here in the 3 races that we had here last year. Some people had 1.5 good races, some people even had 2 good races. Nobody had 3 good races here. And even with 2 races left to go, you've got to think that someone, unfortunately, the racing gods will be smiling on some and not on others.
Correct.
And that's basically what it comes down to, that you've got to remember that you run your own race, you get the points. This time of the season, you take the points that are on offer. It's like any league, whether it's a stick and ball league, you take the points that are on offer. If you have to win ugly, or if you have to take 3rd place points, you take the 3rd place points.
Yes, you do, and move on for another day as the lap competitors not becoming much of an issue now.
Nice driving down. That was Grady Willingham.
Getting right out of the way.
He's been around the block a few times. and made sure that he was not a factor in that battle for the lead. Kai van Berlo closing up now to his Kelly Moss Road and Race teammates. It's the orange flashes on front and rear of that green and white Racing for Children's, the Children's Hospital. Great corporate responsibility shown by so many of these teams and drivers across the IMSA paddock, and particularly here in Porsche Carrera Cup North America with our presenting sponsor of Visit Cayman Islands.
I've had the honor of being involved with some unveiling of some of the different cars for Racing for Children's down in Alabama. And what a great cause it is that they race for. They have a lot of the children coming out as acting crew chiefs and things of this nature to a lot of the races. Had the opportunity to meet a lot of them. And it's an awful lot of fun when you're bringing something that you love like motorsports and racing, and something you love as far as just wonderful cures for cancer and things of that nature for the children. And what a great program Kelly Moss Road Race has.
Yeah, well, what a horrible day for Kyle Washington, who has just been lapped by the leaders. Confirmation of the 126.0 from Riley Dickinson. That's worth a point in the championship stakes. 6th and 7th battling. That is the white, red and black car of Varun Chokski for Wright Motorsports, and it's another Kelly Moss machine behind him. And that is Michael McCarthy in the lilac flashed car.
McCarthy having his eyes set on the number 13 there, but running out of race here as we are almost inside a minute left to go. Lap 24 right now. And Mike McCarthy had a great race going on early. I think got a little assistance coming off of 12. Made the best of it right now, but needless to say, Kelly Moss Road and Race, if you look at the positions of where their three main cars are now, just a very, very impressive run. And nothing can be taken away from the rest of the competitors, but boy, they have done a fine job.
White flag being thrown by Tony with some gusto up on the starter stand. And so we have 2.5 miles to go in this Porsche Sports Car Together Festival weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And round 14 of the Carrera Cup North America presented by the Cayman Islands. And the winners of the championship going down to Grand Cayman for an all-expenses holiday as part of the title partnership with Visit Cayman Islands. They'll be going to visit the famous Stingrays out in the beautiful clear water down there. Great gastronomy down there, some fabulous eating places, and that's what they're battling for. But they're also battling in this pro class to take the eye of Porsche and potentially go and have that shootout in Europe for the Porsche young driver spot. It's gonna be a double up on the podium for Kelly Moss Road and Race. The teams are coming out to the pit wall. They've been allowed out there by race control. 25 laps will be completed. The lights are flashing from Riley Dickinson. He goes across the line and he has marked himself as a championship contender here, pulled himself right back into it. But what a turnaround in 2 races. Kai van Berlo, who was so frustrated at getting a big fat 0 yesterday with a late race penalty on his teammate when he made an ill-advised move. He's back in the championship lead. I'll give you the points in a moment as Efren Castro cuts down the lead of Alan Metney as he comes to the line, flashing his lights, now down to just 14 points at the head of that championship. And Mark Kwame in the AM category back to form. He will increase his lead over John Getz, to 16 points.
And what an impressive run for all of our leaders, not just the pro class, but pro-ams and AMs. And there is a Kelly Moss Road and Race team, very familiar group of guys and gals down there. And what an effort they put forth every single time not just when they're at the racetrack, but at the shop, at home. It is day and night work for these guys, and it shows. And what an amazing team they are. And kudos to everyone involved with what a wonderful, great weekend it was.
So first victory in the championship for Riley Dickinson, and the 5th different winner since the inception of the Pro Championship. Sebastian Priaulx, Kai van Berlo, Parker Thompson. Trenton Estep became the first USA driver to take a win. He's since had 2 more, and now Riley Dickinson. I was talking quite a lot with Riley earlier on this afternoon. He was over at the Esports arena. He's a keen Esports competitor as well, and he was taking on our new champion from the Esports, Randall Haywood, and he was just a few tenths away on a 1-lap shootout. So good in real life, good in virtual reality. Great victory for Riley Dickinson, and here is the confirmation then by half a second. A 1-2 for Kelly Moss. Dickinson ahead of Van Berlo, 53 from 3. Matty Graham over from the UK in the British Championship. The number 91, MDK Motorsports, coming home in 3rd after a bit of an inauspicious start when he had to take the loop at turn 1. TJ Fisher just off the podium for Top Racing in 4th. Lee Keane in 5th. Baran Chotsky, I think that's his best result for his team. Efren Castro ahead of Alan Metney in the Pro-Ams, going down through the teens into the 20. Jeff Gordon, 16th position, 11th in class. Mark Kwame ahead of John Getz in 19th and 20th. Those were the best of the AM drivers, with Bill Smith in 3rd position. Travis Wiley, Thomas Collingwood, Richard Eggs, Michael McCann, Jeffrey Myshak, Craig Conway, and Kyle Washington had problems earlier on, as did Grady Willingham. Parker Thompson and Trenton Estep not finishing the race. 0 points for them. Justin Oakson, Hutton McKenna didn't make the start. Well, by my calculations then, let's add these points up. We know that Parker Thompson has not been able to increase his 279, and so that's 197, 198, 213, 223. I reckon that. So your top 3 now are, as we go into the final 2 rounds, Kai van Berlo on 270, 259 for Parker Thompson in 2nd, 230 for Trenton Estep in 3rd, and 223 for Riley Dickinson in 4th position. We have 56 points available at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. In the Pro-Am drivers, Alan Metney's lead is cut by 5 to 14 over Efren Castro. Those two really the only 2 still in with a realistic chance, although Marco Cironi, where did he finish today? Was he down the field? Yes, he was. He was only in 5th. He would need a bit of a helping hand to come through and challenge. And in the AM category, Mark Kwame increases his lead to 16 over John Gertz. John Getz in 2nd place. It's Bill Smith still in 3rd, but his hopes of anything better than 2nd in the championship beginning to evaporate. Kelly Moss are now pulling ahead even further. They were 12 points to the good. I reckon that'll make them 17 points to the good this afternoon as we leave Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So plus 17 for Kelly Moss Road and Race over actually it'd be more than that because of the MDK Motorsports who've come through they're a point away from 2nd. So that's a big stretch away for Kelly Moss over JDX, who didn't score in that 2nd race. So they'll stay on 263. So that's going to be 300 to 263 for JDX, and MDK Motorsport, I reckon, are 262 in 3rd place. So Riley Dickinson gets the win, and Sean is down there. Let's hear from the young man who's just as good in real life as he is on the sim racing.
Riley Dickinson, what a special day. Not just winning Indianapolis here, but your first win, working well with your teammate, man. Congratulations. Just tell me right now, what's initially going through your head for you and the Kelly Moss Road race team?
Excitement, I guess, is the understatement. But yeah, I mean, to do it here at Indianapolis, I can't thank everyone at Kelly Moss Road Race enough. Jones Hospital of Alabama, and as well as Porsche Austin, great supporters back home. And I can't thank everyone enough who's made this possible. Efren Castro, thank you, man. You're the best. Mom and Dad, everyone back at home watching right now, thank you. We did it.
And I don't want to hold you up anymore. You and the Race for Children's team. Yeah. It's time to kiss the bricks, brother. Don't let me hold you up. Let's do this thing. Congratulations.
Well, that is wonderful. And the 5th winner in the history of this Pro Series that started last year. And it is a tradition. You win at Indianapolis. That's Kai van Berlo just congratulating his teammate. You win at Indianapolis. You kiss the bricks. Now the bricks go all the way from the start-finish line under the pagoda into the fan zone. And Riley Dickinson says, come on team, you're part of this. You're all part of this. This is quality stuff from the young man. He wants his team around him. 9 house bricks wide. The original surface of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the first win in Porsche Carrera Cup North America for Riley Dickinson, the 5th driver to stand on top of the podium in the 2 years of this series. And he's in 3rd position in the championship and closing right in. That's pulled everything together. A bit of a schmozzle at the start, and that was where Riley got through. He lost the lead for just a moment or two, but then gained it back. Matty Graham going wide and coming back in 5th position. He'd fight his way through later on. Van Berlo got to the lead. Dickinson fought back after some side-by-side with Van Berlo and Graham. Then the big incident, not just for this race, but for the championship. Parker Thompson leading the championship, clipped by Trent Nestep, 3rd in the championship. Neither of those two getting to the finish and handing the championship lead back to Kai van Berlo. Matty Graham, the man making the moves over from the Porsche Carrera Cup GP, over the curbs at turn 10, and eventually going by TJ Fisher to claim his spot on the podium at Indianapolis. Man from Northumberland will be delighted about that. This and the Moser Consulting car, a very, very good trip out stateside for Matt Graham. At the line, 1st and 2nd for Kelly Moss Road and Race. They stretch their lead in the Endurance Championship through to cut down the Pro-Am lead to just 14 points. Efren Castro. Riley Dickinson on top of the world at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, already getting the formalities set up. What a couple of final races we are going to have for Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Our title sponsor and partner, Visit Cayman Islands. Who's going to get the big trophy, the all-expenses trip to Grand Cayman, and the Tag Heuer watch? Top 3 getting the Tag Heuer watches, plus the driver with the most pole positions throughout the year. It's a huge prize package. And, of course, anyone under 26 in that pro category automatically entered into the young driver competition, which will see one of those young drivers go to Europe to represent Porsche Carrera Cup North America in the Porsche Young Driver Shootout. And to aid their ability to compete on level terms, Porsche Motorsport North America have thrown in an extra $40,000 for testing in Europe, so that the representative from this championship gets a chance to drive a non-ABS Porsche Cup car. And I know that Riley Dickinson was a guest driver at the British Grand Prix in Porsche Carrera Cup GP, and he said it was eye-opening driving those cars without the ABS. So an essential opportunity, and well done to Porsche and Porsche Cars and Porsche Motorsport North America to understand the requirement of that extra testing time for whoever is going to represent the championship. There's a real chance that there could be a Porsche junior driver, and any of the top four, I've said it to all of them, any of the top four would be in with a good chance. I think this is possibly the best chance we've ever had in Porsche Carrera Cup North America of having one of our drivers as a qualified through as a Porsche junior driver. So 3 podia to come, and just a quick run again through the championship while Sean's preparing himself as we go into the final 2 rounds at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. For Motul Petit Le Mans, it will be Kai van Berlo on 270 points, who leads from in second place, 259, Parker Thompson, 230 in third place for Trenton Estep, and our winner of this second round, 223 in fourth place for Riley Dickinson. Time now for the formalities on that historic victory circle and podium here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
All right, folks, so that's the final race here of the weekend for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by VisitCaymanIslands.com. It's time to meet our champions. So with no further ado, starting right off in our pro class in third place, make some noise for Mr. Matty Graham. And in second place, the number 3 of Kai van Berlo. And presenting these trophies to all of our competitors, it is the Senior Director of Events and VM for Tag Heuer, Mr. Stephen Mallory. And now another trophy to the number 53 of Riley Dickinson. All right, and Cayman Island hats, please. There we go. What are teammates for? All right, trophies up. And Michelin hats, please. All right, great job, gentlemen. Trophies up one more time. How about one more round of applause for your pro class here in the Carrera Cup North America? Gentlemen, it is time to celebrate. All right, now going into our Pro-Am podium. Once again, presenting all of our trophies, the Senior Director of Events and VM for Tag Heuer, it's Stephen Mallory, handing out the trophies to the third position in our Pro-Am class, the number 17 of Kurt Swearingen. In second place, accepting the trophy will be Mr. Jeff Stone. It was the number 99 of Alan Matney. And up on top of the podium one more time, the number 65 is Alfred Castro.
How do you want to get out of this?
And Michelin hats. All right, well done. How about one more round of applause for your top 3 to Pro-Am class? It's time to celebrate.
That was just in time.
Yeah, almost got it. All right, folks, and going into our top 3 in our amateur class, the Senior Director of Events in VM for Tag Heuer, Stephen Mallory, bringing out the trophies for 3rd place, the number 92 of Joseph Lombardo. And in 2nd place, the number 57, it's John Gatz. And up on top of the box, one more time, put your hands together. He's ready to go. It's Mr. Mark Kwame. All right, great job, gentlemen. One more round of applause for your top 3. It's time to celebrate, gentlemen. Champagne. Do you want me to leave it at that and just let John take it? Okay, fair enough.
What a fantastic weekend of racing, crowned by, well, excitement, incidents, and talking points aplenty in the second of our 2 Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands races. We have 2 more rounds to go as part of Motul Petit Le Mans, first weekend of October. You'll see them on IMSA.tv, on IMSARadio.com. We have the live video tab there as well. Our coverage starts on the Wednesday of race week with a special midweek motorsport. Join us then, if you can, for all of the action from not just this championship, for the whole of the end of the IMSA season. Our thanks here to USAC, to everyone at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And when I say everyone, I mean the ladies who were running us up and down in the lifts, the guys who were pointing us in the right direction to park our cars, particularly our corner marshals and flaggers. What a great set of people. I met some of you this morning. A particular thank you to all of our technical crew as well. Apex here on site. Clark and the rest of his team have done a cracking job up in NASCAR Productions in Charlotte as well, who've on passed to the world. And, of course, Tim Gray's team back in London for IMSA Radio. For Sean and Brittany and myself, John Hindhaugh, thanks for being with us. There's more cars on the track for those of you here. And don't forget, you still got the opportunity to join the Hagerty Drivers Club, the ultimate members community for car lovers. We're giving away a membership valued at $70 a year every single hour. And we've still got a couple of 3 hours to go. We've got more selfie opportunities on the podium as well. Visit the Hagerty Drivers Club in the fan zone to learn more about how you can become a member and enjoy the experience of owning, driving and loving our cars even better. For Sports Car Together Festival for Porsche and from IMS for 2022, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye for now.